Good evening, everyone. I welcome all participants and viewers to the January 21st, 2021 Cohasset Conservation Commission meeting. My name is Chris McFarland. I'm the Vice Chair of the Conservation Commission, and we'll be running tonight's meeting. I look forward to a productive meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset Wetland Protection Act and the Cohasset Stormwater Act. We'll be operating this meeting using the Zoom format. Our conservation agent, Jeff Summers, will have a few words as to the functioning of that format shortly. I'll now take a roll call of Conservation Commission members and ask that they repeat their name and answer as present. Present this evening, on behalf of the Conservation Commission, are Conservation Administrator Angela Giso, Conservation Agent Jeff Summers, Conservation Commissioners Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Conservation Commissioner Jay Pampari.
Present.
Conservation Commissioner Marion Weatherall.
Present.
As I mentioned, I don't see the Trish Grady's here right now, and Chris McFarland is present. We have Associate Commissioners Tom Bell.
Present.
And Associate Commissioner Heather Seitz.
Present.
So we have a quorum of 4 voting members this evening. I know that Eric Eisenhower will be joining us later. We'll update that when he comes, and we'll see if Trish comes as well. We'll be taking all votes via roll call, with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. All individuals from the audience would like to address an application should check the chat box on your screen. Identify yourself by name and address when called upon. Jeff, would you please advise if there's any other Zoom procedures we need for participants?
Yeah, I was just going to mention if I think you said use the chat, but if anybody in the audience has a question to ask in the Q&A feature, just to type in their question. If their full name isn't shown, if they would just also give us their full name and address at the heading of the question. Before we continue, though, I just want to make an announcement. There's been a amendment to the agenda. So the 15 Diab Lane RDA, which was originally scheduled for 8:30 p.m. tonight, is going to be rescheduled or continued to 2 weeks from today. So it'll be rescheduled for February 4th.
So Jeff, maybe we just try to keep that in our mind and announce that a few other times in case people join us.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeff, I think it would probably be best to make Chris a host as well. I see that you're the only host for the evening. So it might be best to make Chris a host as well, so if he needs to move anybody up in the event that, you know, you lose connection over there.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me about that. And I'll make you co-host as well, Jay.
Thanks.
So the first item on our agenda this evening is NOI 21-01 for 62 Whitehead Road. This is a continuance from January 7th. So we don't need to read anything into the record. Just for everyone's information, I recused myself the last time we had this hearing. I am going to abstain from voting on this item, but I am going to stay in the discussion so that we have a quorum. So I believe, is it Jeff Hassett that's going to present this?
Yes. Thank you, Chris.
There we go.
All right. So as you noted, we presented this project to you at the hearing 2 weeks ago, and the plan changes since have been very minor. There are some stumps in the front yard that we located, and they're shown in orange on the plan. There were 9 of them. And
Jeff
to-
Hassett, would you mind just sharing your screen with us so that we can view that diagram or a schematic, please? Thank you.
There we go. So the stumps are in this existing front lawn area. They're shown in orange with the size. So there are 9 of them. To account for those trees being removed, it was suggested that we increase the size of the trees to 4 to 5 inches from 3 to 4, which we did. And then the most significant change was that we weren't providing a planting schedule. So that is now provided here. We're proposing to plant a total of 28 trees and 42 bushes.
Jeff Hassett, can you zoom in a little bit more on that plant schedule, please? And I guess just to clarify for everyone, can you just identify where the red maples, sugar maples, and the dogwoods and Easton redbuds are going to be on this plan?
Sure. So right here on the driveway side of the house, there are 2, there are 2 sugar maples, and then also 5 red maples in this area. On the other side of the house, these 3 trees right here would be flowering dogwoods. These 2 are the sugar maples. These 3 over here are the dogwoods again. These, I believe, are the maples.
Red maple, yep.
Red maples, yeah. Oh yeah, 4 red maples. And 2 sugar maples over here. And did I mention these? These were the Eastern redbuds.
Okay.
Jeff, I see that you have the planting plan, but I think Justin mentioned a planting schedule. Is there a schedule attached to when this is all going to be done?
Oh, no. By schedule, he referred to this legend or key.
Okay.
But yes, we can ask when this work is expected to be done.
Right. When is this work expected to be done?
As soon as the weather permits, early spring.
Okay. So I'd like that to be conditioned in there, that the work is to be just start in the spring. And do you think it will be done?
Well, I would request that not be a commission because, that's the client's intent. They want to keep moving on this as quickly as possible, but the order of conditions is good for 2 years. You never really know what might come up financially or personal lives. And these plantings aren't being proposed as, say, an enforcement order. They just want to do some landscaping at their house.
No, they weren't done as an enforcement order. However, there was some cutting in the front, as you have alluded to, Jeff, as far as the trunks of the trees there, not the trunks, the stumps of the trees are actually still in place, and that's very evident. And those were cut fairly recently. Whether or not they were dead, compromised, whatever, nobody will ever know at this point. But what we do know, the fact is they were cut down. So, and that the cutting was done within the 100-foot buffer zone. So, absent this application, I think the commission probably would have had a show cause hearing and would have had something to say about that. Reasons we didn't was because the application was not so much forthcoming, it was in front of us. So we were actually entertaining an application. So this application, one could almost view that as somewhat of a mitigation plan. And it's nice to see that you have 31 of the plants in there, or excuse me, 31 trees So it's a good number of trees that are in there. I think that was the latest number, something like that. But in any event, I think it would be in the best interest to move the planting forward. Can you
Jeff
zoom
Summers?
You to commit to this planting plan and not alter it between now and 2 years.
Well, if there's a current NOI out, it's going to be recorded with the deed. If the property is to be sold or et cetera, then the NOI goes along with that. So it actually is recorded, and whoever buys the home would be if the house were to be sold, would be smart to have the NOI closed out and a certificate of completion and or some progress done on this, because the owner is liable for the work that needs to be done in this project.
Jeff Summers, do we have any photographs along the driveway? The upper part of the driveway?
Yeah, it'll take me 1 second to get them up.
Okay.
So while we're on the plant schedule, I would suggest, if you'd be comfortable, it maybe the condition be that the sugar maples, being those larger trees, 10 of them would be conditioned that they'd have to go in the spring. That's my suggestion. If you really want them all planted, I think we can live with that. I know they want to get this project going right away, so.
And those are positioned. Can you move over on your plan and show me where that is? That's up toward the top.
Sure.
Right, please.
Yes, well, the sugar maples are, yes.
Is that replacing the large stumps?
Yeah, there are 2 over here, plus 2 here. And then the other sugar maples are here. And I'll just zoom in a little bit more.
They march in pairs up the front, two
Here, 2 here.
2 out by the road.
Yeah, so there's 6 in there.
There were so many more cut down on the lower half of that road toward Whitehead Road. I just would really like to make sure that this gets completed.
Yeah.
And you're close to the buffer zone, or in the buffer zone. Can you tell me more about the driveway? What's the pavers that you were going to do? I think at one point you had talked about you wanted to expand the driveway up in front, and you had talked about maybe it was pavers, or what kind of pavers were you anticipating?
Yeah, the driveway is currently pavers, and all they're really changing on the driveway is they're adding enough room right here for to park 2 vehicles. So it would match the rest of the driveway, similar pavers.
And what kind, was it concrete pavers or?
They're larger
concrete?
pavers. I forget if they're bluestone or kind of a concrete material. I don't recall.
Yeah, I have a photo of that. I can share it.
Oh, I need to stop sharing then.
Yeah.
Good.
So this is the driveway over here now.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, what did you want to see? Is this what you wanted to see?
It's this planter that I wanted to see. In the planting plan, it shows a fairly large tree being planted right where these shrubs are. I'm questioning whether or not they can actually get a tree in there, and whether or not how well it'll do.
Like the tree is where those shrubs are. Oh, back. On the driveway, you mean? Right?
Yes.
There? Those
there-
short shrubs?
It's on both sides of the driveway, but looking at this picture right now, on the very far left, they show a couple big trees over there, and it's a very small planting. So I don't know.
Like this right here.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like it could handle a tree.
Well, certainly not a big tree.
There's one here.
Yeah, that's not a big tree.
Yeah, looking at it, I think it's a good point. I I would maybe suggest that they be required to plant the number of trees shown in the planting schedule. But that one we could coordinate with maybe the conservation agent to find a better location for it.
Mhm.
Jeff Hassett, could you share your screen again and pull up the site plan? If you lower that down a little bit and zoom in on, can you just talk about the work that's done in the 50-foot buffer there? It talks about portion of the existing lawn to be planted and mulched, I believe. Yeah, there you go. Within the 50 to be mulched and planted.
Yeah.
What exactly is going to be is the intent there in the 50?
Sure. So this area right here is existing lawn, and the intent is to mulch that area and plant it with trees and shrubs.
And when you say the trees there, what are those trees?
Schedule. So the plants in the buffer are 3 winter berries right here, and
Shows 4, but
yeah, exactly.
labeled as 3.
Yeah, and viburnums.
So they're shrubs.
They're shrubs. Yep.
And I guess what, why we always encourage plantings and et cetera. What is the intent there when you have currently existing lawn, and maybe you can describe a little bit more about the mulch in the lawn that's on the other side. What you have there now is just all complete lawn, I believe. And I'm just curious of what's with the mulch. Is that just for some curb appeal here, or why are we bringing in the mulch?
So the homeowners have worked with a landscape architect. It's Patio Garden. They're out of Cambridge, and they've come up with this design. And basically, they have a kind of a vast front yard here. And what the homeowners would like to do is basically have a usable, somewhat flat area at the bottom right here. And then they really don't need to have that much lawn. So it's going to be more of a landscaped areas everywhere else.
Is there a landscape plan that's available to review?
This is basically it on our title block. I've kind of copy pasted all their trees. The edge of the mulch is all designated by them. The trees, the shrubs, the schedule. So there is a separate plan. It shows the same information.
See that? So we can imagine it better. We've been burned a few times.
I haven't seen that plan as part of the package, if it's available.
I'd be more than happy to pull it up and share it with you. It's the same information. But,
yeah, if you have it available, I'd like to see that. And
okay, give me just a second to pull it up.
Yep.
Okay, so the angle has been turned, but this is the 50-foot buffer right here where we were showing the plantings, and the flat lawn area at the base, and then the steps up to the house, with the driveway being on the opposite side.
okay, yeah, I think your plan's actually showing me a lot more with respect to the contours and the lawn versus the mulch lines.
Yeah, it does.
I think Chris is correct over on the driveway. I don't think 2 large trees can go in on the top left. It doesn't seem wide enough at the current state.
The lower one might be able to. I'm not sure the upper one can. Although it also, in this particular drawing, it looks as if the driveway is getting
Short.
narrower. Is that true,
Narrower.
Jeff?
Yeah, it does look narrower.
No, it's not intended to get narrower.
No.
I know he has it drafted that way, but right here, but that's, I don't believe that's, I guess that's how he's coming up with the room to plant that tree. I don't
Yes.
think that's the intent of the property owner though. So I would suggest we find a new home for that tree.
And what about the one to the left? Is
This
there enough room for that one?
That one, I do think there'll be enough room.
Yeah, there seems to be enough room for that one.
Okay.
I would recommend bringing that down front again. So Jeff, if you could, Hassett, could you just put your other plan up there, if you wouldn't mind, so that we can just talk about what the plan looks like as far as the red maples or the sugar maples and how many are going down front.
Yep.
So exactly how many of these 10 or proposed 10 sugar maples are going to be down in front here again?
4. Oh, I'm sorry, 6 sugar maples, 4 red maples.
Yeah, there are 6 sugar maples in the front yard.
Okay.
So maybe what you're looking for is the sugar maples and the red maples in the front yard to be planted as soon as possible in the springtime.
I would prefer to see that, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I would probably, put maybe in June or July 1st would probably be a more suitable time frame.
Yep.
Jeff, what are the stairs made out of?
Granite.
And they're going to have those little cheek walls on each side?
Sheep walls? I don't think so.
Well, that's how it's drawn. The walls on either side.
Yeah.
You don't think they're going to have cheek walls?
Oh, cheek. I thought you said sheep.
No, I didn't say cheap.
Mhm.
Nothing's cheap in Cohasset, Jeff.
No. Cheek walls, yes.
So Jeff, it looks like the elevation starts at 28, and then in the middle it flattens out at 15, and then, well, actually it drops down to 12. So you had mentioned a flat area at one point. Is there
Relatively flat.
is that the between the 16 to 13?
15 to 13, but yeah, this area right here.
And where will the water go there? Like, how are you capturing it? Like the trees are intended. Just want to keep everything on the property.
Well, the water currently flows off the front yard towards Whitehead Road. We're not going to change that drainage pattern, and the work isn't going to increase the amount of runoff either.
Is it going to decrease? And did you
It
tell us
would.
what that was?
It would minimally, because this area is a little bit flatter. Currently, I'd call the grass to be in fair condition, and it'll be in good condition after. And certainly the mulch beds and the trees and the bushes soak up some of the water.
Jeff, can you just give us more of an overview? You've got existing lawn in the middle there in that circle. And then does it go to mulch again, then to lawn, then to mulch? What's this actually going to look like? It seems like it's going to be a giant mulch field here.
It's pretty much all, you have your lawn here, you have a grassed walkway, and a walkway up to the front door, grass up by the house, and everything else is planted, landscaped.
Mulch.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're showing the trees and shrubs. There'll be perennials and annuals.
So, but it's not going to be lawn. It's going to be mulch around the base of it. What's going to be around the base of the trees?
Yeah, there'll be mulch beds.
Is there lawn? The lawn isn't just a circle, it looks like, and then mulch begins at the the buffer zone, is that right? And moves outward to, where's the compass on here? North, it moves to the,
North is up on
Right.
this page.
so there's just a circle of lawn. That's in that low area.
That's correct. Yep.
So then the erosion barrier, the silt sock, starting from the house where the existing deck is going to basically come along the 50 and then come and turn in a little bit and then follow along almost the top of the bank and then come back in again around the front of the house.
That's correct. And down at the bottom here, it'll follow Whitehead Road in the driveway. So it encompasses that whole lawn area.
There's a lot of plantings on this property. Is that
Yeah.
right? And then mulch.
Yep.
Jeff Hesse, what do you see as a reasonable time frame on plantings for spring, I guess, early summer, given the fact that you have 7 sugar maples and 4 red maples that might be expected to put in? Let me ask you the question before I put a time frame on it. Or
I would suggest July or late June even, before the dry season.
I assume that since you're working with some form of, you had a landscape plan there from, I don't know whether it was a nursery or a landscape architect, that they're working to try and secure these trees now. Would be a good time to reach out to the nurseries and to try and see what trees are available.
Yeah, they I don't believe they've done so yet, but they're waiting on this permit. And they'll be
Okay.
mad.
Jeff, just back to the driveway. Are they changing the driveway at all, or is this going to look exactly how we envision it now and see it in the photos as those pavers?
They're going to add those 2 parking spaces.
Mm-hmm. And it will be the same what we see now.
And then this side here, they're actually making the driveway smaller on this side. They want it more squared off. So instead of having the wall go into the 50-foot buffer, it's going to be perpendicular to the house, just outside of the 50-foot buffer. And then they'll relay the pavers in this area.
Okay. Okay, they're relaying the same pavers in the bump out.
Jeff, do they have a well here at this house, at this place?
No.
So if you're putting these large trees in, you mentioned July, which kind of caught my attention. Ordinarily, you'd put these in, trees like this in before they started growing again. And so they're really going to have to water these seriously. Put them in July, they're really going to be stressed. What's going to happen if we're on a moratorium again?
Yeah, I agree. They should go in as soon as possible. And I just kind of want to not overcommit them. Certainly, I'd rather these go in April. If you want to condition it that they go in a little sooner, that's fine.
Well, Jeff, I have to imagine that the schedule is going to be predicated on getting all the work on the house done and then getting the work on the stairs and the landscape done. So, to some degree, it might be difficult to actually control the schedule on this.
I agree. It's going to be difficult.
And they would be, obviously, if they're selling if the property is going to be kept by the current owner, then they certainly could wait if it gets too late into the planting season. And if they're looking to sell, then that's a different story. They'd have to get their contractors to work faster and get things taken care of. But there's a fair amount of work here, so it's going to be predicated by contractors. It's going to be hard for the homeowner
I couldn't agree more. I can tell you they are planning on living here. They're doing this for themselves.
Mhm.
Um,
Well,
So are you recommending then by October, Chris, that you think that it should be in by these trees?
well, I think there is a spring planting season and there is a fall planting season. And if they can't get it done in the spring, it would make more sense that they do it in the fall and not in if we have a dry or hot summer. There's a period that you probably would not want to plant most of this larger material.
What would be a suitable time frame, Chris? November 1st, November 15th?
Yeah, that's probably even, yeah, I would probably say November 1st.
Okay. I'm happy with November 1st if that's what it takes to move this forward.
I'm good with that.
All right.
I think since you're so close to the buffer zone, we should talk about herbicides and what your plan is for that.
Well, that's
Probably
gonna,
no
hopefully
herbicide.
we have that language in our standard order of conditions and all of the orders of conditions that no pesticides, herbicides, et cetera, be used in the 100-foot. We can certainly highlight that, but that is a standard order of condition.
I think we should highlight that. No herbicides and pesticides.
Does that include with the mulch also?
I think starting with the 50-foot buffer zone, anything from the 50 over.
Jeff Summers, do you have a copy of an order of conditions that highlights any of that language?
Yeah, basically it says no herbicides, pesticides, insecticides, or fertilizers are permitted within the 100-foot buffer zone.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Okay.
So would that apply to mulch also?
No. Well, it means you can't put it into the mulch, yes.
Well, sometimes mulch has some kind of chemicals in it. So that's why I was wondering.
Oh, that's a good point. Some mulch is orange, and
Yeah, some's organic.
so can we condition that to be organic mulch?
So we shouldn't see a Chemlon truck up there ever, I guess, huh?
No.
Let's put that in. I think we have to over condition sometimes.
I don't know if you'll be able to find organically certified mulch.
Mhm.
I think
Can it be run by Jeff? And he can certify, if it's approved by Jeff, the mulch mix has to be approved by Jeff.
Yeah, I'll just say that I'm not really all that familiar with the different types of mulch that's available. I don't know if, I think Chris was just saying that you couldn't find an organic mulch. Is that correct, Chris?
it may be difficult to find an organically certified mulch.
And I think if you asked any mulch person if it contained herbicides or pesticides, the answer would be, no, we don't use any of that stuff in the mulch.
They've got a lot of deciduous trees here.
That's the reality.
And they could be generating their own mulch.
Yeah.
Mm.
I personally think we're going to have to live by the standard order of conditions and just make sure that no herbicide, pesticide is sprayed in the area.
Right.
Can we, I'd like to also condition that there's no additional trees cut in the 100 or 50-foot buffer zone without approval, without Jeff.
Well, that actually goes without saying also.
Well, just want to condition it.
Happy to do that. I think, it's a good point and there's been some cutting there. But at the end of the day here, if the owner is ever looking to sell the property, there needs to be a certificate of completion. And I don't think there's much of any trees left in the front yard, as is there anyway. I know there's a little bit there, but I would like to think that when our agent goes out to do the site visit for the certificate, that he compares what was there with the photographs to what's actually on the site plan. And then at that point, if everything matches up, then Jeff would recommend that we issue a certificate of completion. But I think that's definitely up to the agent to make that determination if and when the time comes.
I agree with you, but I just want to make sure, because there are some trees on the west side that still exist that could block someone's view, and that is close to the wetlands, or it's in the 50-foot buffer zone. I think it needs to be over exaggerated.
Okay.
Jeff,
Probably going to be a dumpster up on that driveway too, so I'd like to condition that it be covered, because over there, there's on the other side that there's wetlands, like on the other side of the driveway. So just let's make sure that dumpster is covered up there.
Jeff Hassett, where do you feel that, is there going to be a dumpster in the back there?
Yes,
there's one right now.
yes, yep, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff Summers, is there anyone from the audience who wants to comment on this?
I don't see any questions in the Q&A now.
Okay.
But now we could, open it up. If there is anybody from the audience who'd like to comment or ask a question, please do so by typing in the Q&A feature.
All right, I know we have a long agenda in front of us for this evening, so unless there are any questions, I'll make a motion to move this forward.
Jay, I'm sorry. I do have one quick question, and I do apologize because I jumped in a little bit late. I can see all of the additions to the landscape plan that we talked about in the last meeting. I'm not seeing anything where the porch was being pulled back. If there was any intention to do anything in that spot right there, we talked about that at the last time for the deck. If they were treating anything, I know you were moving the deck.
Yeah, there's, it's just bare ledge under the deck.
So you're just
there's
not touching it at all?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, Jay Pampari, I'd like to make a motion to issue an order of conditions for the project at 62 Whitehead with the following orders of conditions. 1, that the 7 of the 10 sugar maple trees be planted in the front of the house, along with 4 red maples also be planted in the front of the house by November 1st, 2021. Next condition would be that the, since it's not labeled on the plan here, I don't believe that the erosion barrier be a 12-inch silt sock. A standard condition which should really speak for itself, that there's no further cutting on this project other than what's labeled on the plan. And don't know whether it's within our jurisdiction, but I'll make the comment anyway, that the dumpster that's in the back, since it is so close to the BVW, that the dumpster be covered at the end of every construction day.
Do I hear a second to that motion?
Second.
Having heard a motion and a second, like to take a vote for the NOI 2101 at 62 Whitehead Road. We'll do this by roll call. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, yay.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, yay.
Jay Pampari,
Yay.
Marianne Weatherall,
Yay.
and myself, as I mentioned, I abstain from this vote. We'll also need a motion for a variance.
Jay Pampari, make a motion to issue a variance for work within the 50 for the project at 62 Whitehead with
Do I
the
hear a
following conditions that were stated in the order of conditions. or previous.
Second that.
Having heard a motion and a second for a variance, we'll do by roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Yay.
Chris Grady,
Yay?
Jay Pampari,
Yay.
Marianne Weatherall,
Yay.
and again, I abstain. That vote passes 4-0 with 1 abstaining. Jeff, congratulations. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chris.
Okay. All right.
Before you go to the next hearing, Jeff Summers, I'm seeing that there are some individuals in the audience that may be here for Howe Road. You want to make the announcement for Howe Road again?
Sure. Just so everybody's aware of the 15 Diab Lane project, which was scheduled for 8:30 tonight, has been continued to 2 weeks from tonight. So it will be rescheduled for February 4th.
Excellent. Moving on to NOI 21-05 for 138 Atlantic Avenue. Notice of a public hearing. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, January 21st, 2021 at 6:30 via remote participation on a Zoom platform for notice of intent 2105 from applicant Blaine and Mara Curtis for construction of an in-ground swimming pool at 138 Atlantic Avenue. Being that Jeff hasn't left the screen, I'm assuming that he's going to present this to us.
I am. Thank you. So this is an NOI filing for a swimming pool at 138 Atlantic Ave. The property owners are Blaine and Mara Curtis. The property is about 1.6 acres in size. It's an Atlantic Ave address, but to get to it, you come up on Meadow Lane, which is off of Atlantic Ave. The wetlands on the property are shown.
Jeff Hassett, sorry, could you share your screen again so we can see the diagram? Thank
So
you.
you come up from Atlantic Ave up Meadow Lane and pull into their driveway. The access route for the equipment will come around this ledge outcrop, across the lawn into the backyard where the pool is being constructed. The wetland line is blue, the 50-foot buffer is in red, and the 100-foot buffer is in green. So this pool is in a really neat area right at the base of a really kind of a tall ledge outcrop. It's proposed in an area, a flat area of existing lawn in good condition. There's a hot tub built in as part of the footprint of that pool. And between the pool and the ledge will be a patio with another smaller patio over here and a walkway from the sliders out of the house to this area. Stone trenches are proposed along the perimeter of the patios to capture the runoff, although I really don't expect much runoff from the area, being a nice flat kind of small patio area. And the project does comply with the Wetlands Protection Act as well as your local bylaws and the local regulations, because all the work is outside of the 50-foot buffer. On that, the bold dash line is the erosion barrier, and you'll notice we have it just outside of the 50-foot buffer to prevent any vehicles from kind of unknowingly going closer to the wetland than they're supposed to.
Jeff, can you blow that up a little bit, please?
Jeff Summers, do you have anything to share with us on this project?
So it was about 3 or 4 years ago. The Curtises actually remodeled the house. They did a lot of work with remodeling and created the lawn here in the back. The wetland was it was actually delineated a couple of years ago. The flat, there's no wetland flags when you go out, and I had an issue with that originally, but then I went out and actually measured it off. And this, in my opinion, this is actually a little conservative. I think the wetland is actually probably about 5 or 6 feet further back than what this is showing. I do have a photo, if I can share it, that will pretty much show the area. If you could just unshare your screen for a second. Thanks, Jeff. So this picture here pretty much shows the backyard. This is the area where they want to put the walkway along this wall. The pool will go in this area, and then the that patio would be up in this front area here. So it's all existing lawn, and there's no vegetation to be removed with this.
Jeff Hassett, have you done any test pits out there or done anything? There's obviously there's clear and significant ledge outcrop here. I assume that's an in-ground pool. So a couple questions. How deep is the pool, and what do you expect to hit over there?
Yeah, the property owner did test pits when they were doing the landscaping a couple of years ago. And that ledge, you see how it's a real vertical face?
Yep.
It continues at that vertical face down. So they have plenty of depth to build the pool without doing any ledge removal.
And how deep do you expect the pool to be?
8 feet.
And can you just describe the patio there? So the patio, going back to that, or your diagram, if either Jeff Hassett, if you could share your screen, look like the little patio there was elevated on that ledge outcrop. Is the patio elevated, or is that down at pool level as well? The proposed patio there.
This area will be elevated. They do intend to remove a very small amount of ledge kind of in the upper corner here.
Yeah, so you're going down towards the 50 where the proposed patio is there, over there, yes.
That's a lower patio
Okay.
in the lawn area.
That's in the lawn?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Jeff, that's at elevation 28. What is the elevation of the upper patio?
About 29, 30. Well, this area the whole area will be about, the pool is elevation about 30, and then you have steps down to this patio. When you come from the walkway, you have steps up. So this patio and the pool are up a little bit higher, and it's an infinity pool on this side. The water kind of flow over. So in this area, yeah, the patio is up at 30. They have to remove the ledge right here in this corner. And it's not much, just a small amount of hammering.
And
Jeff, how much
where
ledge
will
will
the
be
fence
removed?
be for this pool?
I want to say it has a retractable cover, so it doesn't need a fence. An automatic cover.
Jeff, how much ledge is going to be removed? Like how many truckloads? Like, can you give us a vision on that?
Do you mind if I jump in? It's Blaine, because those are actually loose boulders. We're not planning, hopefully, to remove any ledge.
So will those be hand removed since you're so close to the 50?
So they'll have to bring an excavator in to dig the hole, and there's 3 boulders that are labeled boulders. They're sizable, so they'll need to use that machine to bring them out or move them.
Can you say your name so it's into the tape, please?
Sorry, it's Blaine Curtis, the owner.
Sorry.
So, Mr. Curtis, have you spoken with a pool contractor as far as an infinity edge and an automatic cover?
Yeah, so we actually scrapped the idea of an infinity edge to try to keep it closer on that edge. So it's just gonna be a regular edge.
Okay.
And the cover will be a retractable cover. We do have
that also works with the spa, or does the spa have a separate cover?
So the spa is in the larger enclosure of the pool, so it'll just be one cover over the whole thing.
Okay.
And we do have a pool contractor set up to do those.
And do you have a schedule for when they'll do this work?
As you know, I think everybody's putting in a pool. So the faster we get this approved, the faster we get first in line and get one in this summer.
Jeff Hassett, can you just talk again? You started off with talking to us about how the trucks are going to come in. They would go around the back side of the garage and then come around the back of the house.
Yeah, Blaine, maybe you could say if they're gonna go behind the garage or just right through the driveway.
Right, yeah, where your cursor is, those dotted
Right
lines,
through the driveway.
very flat, and then you can follow around the back of the house.
Yeah.
It's all over grass.
And we've extended the erosion barrier out this way to encompass that route.
Is there an irrigation system on this property in the back?
There is.
So, because we don't allow pesticides, and particularly we have rules for pools and control of the chemicals in the water. The chemicals can't be it can't be pumped. The pumped water can't be so close to that wetland, so it would have to be pumped out the front somehow.
I think if the project were to be approved, I would recommend that our agent supply the owner with our pool guidelines. And he actually attached that to the order of conditions, our guidelines and recommendations on pool cleanings, chemical usage, chemical storage, etc.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we make that a condition that they, follow the guidelines that we put together. And then, like you said, Jay, include that in the order.
Where is the mechanicals for the pool going to be? Like, I don't see it.
There's a section labeled gravel over by the house, where there's already existing house mechanicals. It would just go there.
That was oh, okay. So that's where sorry.
There's currently AC units there.
Yeah, AC units. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have a plan for emptying and refilling the pool each season?
To be honest, I haven't thought about it, but I'm willing to do whatever you guys, suggest.
Well, I think that's what Jay was saying, but I mean, just to remind you, you can't empty it out there. It would have to be pumped out somehow in the front. I think you have it looks like a septic or a sewer system on the west side. Is that south?
A couple years back, we developed 1 or 2 page recommendations or guidelines for the disposal of pool water, chemical usage, storage, etc. And I'll probably butcher the title of that document because I don't have it in front of me here right now. But it was very useful, and it'll provide you with some guidelines as what we're talking about on where you can empty the pool water, which will need to be done at the end of the summer season, etc. So that's what we're kind of referring to here.
Quick question, Jeff. I know you noted that there's a crushed stone trench near the walkway. What is the proposed walkway material?
So this is the homeowner. We actually are thinking of maybe doing bluestone steps and have grass in the middle of it. The pool deck will be granite. So either steps or a full granite walkway, but I think it may be better just with the stone. Figured we'd draw it in this way.
Jeff Hassett, I noticed when I was walking on the property, there was a holly tree, I thought, in the middle where this pool is. Is that on here? Like I couldn't see it because the version I have is so small.
Right. Wait, is it this tree maybe?
Exactly.
It is.
Oh, okay, that's it. So are there any other trees being removed? Or
No.
is that being removed?
No, there are no
That's
trees
staying.
being removed.
I'm all set. Thank you.
We open it up to the audience if anyone would like to comment or question.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the Q&A.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any further comment, Jeff Summers?
No, it's just with this, we would need an order of conditions, and it's also a stormwater permit.
Is there a stormwater permit with this? Didn't say it
Yes.
on the agenda.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't say on the agenda.
The stormwater permit was a category 1.
Okay. I'll leave that up to our agent to deal with the category 1.
Okay, so we're gonna need an order of conditions for the in-ground pool.
All right, so Jay
NOI.
Pimpari, if there's no further comment, Jay Pimpari, I'd like to make a motion to issue an order of conditions for the project at 138 Atlantic Avenue with the following conditions: that the proposed erosion control barrier, which is labeled as a proposed erosion control barrier, be of a 12-inch silt sock. And Jeff Hassett, just for future plans, can we just have all those erosion barriers as 12-inch silt sock?
Yes, yep.
And the second order of conditions is that we will share, or we will attach, and I'll butcher this again because I don't have the document in front of me, but we recommend that the owner follow the guidelines of our chemical and pool water usage, storage, and disposal guidelines. We will attach a copy of that document to the order of conditions to follow along with.
Do I
That's
hear a second?
Second that.
Fishkin?
Try that again?
I
Marianne
second.
Weatherall seconds.
Okay. Having heard a motion by Jay Pimpari and a second by Marianne Weatherall, I'd like to take a vote for NOI 2105 in the order of conditions. Kathy Berrigan,
Yay.
Chris Grady,
Fish Grady, yay.
Jay Pimpari,
Yay.
Marianne Weatherall. Unmute, please.
And yay.
And Chris McFarland, yay. That vote passes 5-0. Okay,
Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
congratulations. I see that we've been joined by Eric Eisenhower. And so we now have a quorum of 6. So moving forward to our 650 item, we're not too bad right now. 0 Haystack Lane, notice of public hearing. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaws, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaws, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, January 21st, 2021, 6:30 via remote participation on Zoom platform for Stormwater Permit 21-04 from applicant Ryan and Maren Bradley to construct a new single-family dwelling at 0 Haystacks Lane. Okay, this is just for a stormwater permit. We are not near a resource area. Is that correct, Jeff?
Yes.
Jeff Hassett's going to share his screen again and present to it.
All right, thank you again, Chris. So I'm going to start off on this one, giving you kind of the overview of the lots. This is Haystack Lane, the cul-de-sac at the top right corner of the page. And the applicant, Ryan Bradley, and his family live at 17 Haystack Lane here. It's a blue colonial. And they also own this parcel here. It's a separate parcel. It's parcel D2-10-8. That's an undeveloped piece of land. And the problem with this lot, why it wasn't developed in the future, is that the topography through this area would make it difficult, and the lot lines are not ideal either. The Bradleys recently purchased 57 Jerusalem Road Drive. The cul-de-sac of Jerusalem Road Drive is over here. And the benefit to that is that this property, although it has frontage on Haystack, can be accessed via an easement over the property they own at 57, which is more of a flat area. So it really improves the project. We were originally looking at this from coming off of Haystack, it was a big relief to me to see that they didn't have to put a driveway up that hill. So the subject property, 0 Haystack Lane, is about 6/10 of an acre. It's entirely upland. It is currently wooded, and the slope, it's flat up here, but then it slopes off towards the applicant's house. So the design point, the low point, is their property. So the proposed work, the first 50 feet coming off of Jerusalem Road Drive, and I'll zoom in on this in a minute, that portion is paved. The entire rest of the driveway is relatively flat, and it'll be pervious. It'll be a pea stone. The house will have a nice flat front yard, and then because of the way the grade falls off, it'll be a nice natural walkout in the back. We've positioned the garage over the ledge so that they don't have to remove ledge in that area, in the house and kind of the lower area to minimize the ledge removal. As far as the trees, we've located all the trees greater than 12-inch diameter. As you know, that's required for a stormwater permit. And only the trees that are immediately within the footprint of the house or the driveway are being removed. There's one additional tree over here, but it's dead. That's the only reason that tree's coming out. All the other trees in green will remain. And in addition to that, all of the trees shown in black are the proposed trees. So the proposed trees are pretty substantial. There are 60 evergreens that provide screening buffer around the entire limit of work. Those 50 evergreens will be 6 to 8 feet tall at time of planting and chosen from your list of approved plants. In addition, there are 6 trees that run along the driveway, and those trees are deciduous 3 to 4 inch caliber, also the native trees from your list. For stormwater controls, all of the roof will have gutters, and the downspouts will go to underground infiltration systems. And at the back of the property, in the back of the lawn, will be a berm creating a depression to capture the runoff from the lawn. And in addition to that, doing a pervious driveway definitely helps the stormwater runoff as well. So with this, we've put a lot of time into this design, and we do feel that it meets the requirements of your stormwater bylaw and the stormwater regulations. So thank you.
Dave, can you show us where the infiltration chambers will be?
Sure. So this one here, there's one here and one here, and they're positioned in those areas because they're in areas that are filled. So to keep them up above the water table and the ledge.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff,
This one captures most of the runoff.
Jeff, does that capture those infiltration chambers? Is that the entire roof surface being directed to those?
It is, yes. So we have a downspout here, which runs around and over to this system, with the one from this corner being tied in as well. And then this corner runs around to here. So this half of the main box of the house goes to this one. The rest goes to that one.
Thank you.
Jeff Hassett, I'll ask the question while it might not be within conservation jurisdiction here, but the actual driveway coming in there in the easement, does that meet all of the zoning requirements and any other town requirements as far as setbacks and frontage and anything else that's needed for the site to be a buildable lot?
It does, yes. This is a lot of record, and you are not required to access over your own frontage. And the applicant does have a zoning attorney who's looked into that and confirmed it.
Can you move to that portion of the plan, please? So there's nothing in the town regulations which says there has to be a certain distance between 2 driveways?
No, there isn't. In fact, you're allowed common driveways, shared driveways.
Yeah, I thought that you were allowed common, but I didn't know you could put them right on top of each other.
Yeah.
And you're confident that all trees along this entry drive are shown on this plan?
The one's greater than 12 inches. Yeah.
Beth, you said you talked about fill on the other side. Are you bringing in lots of fill for the infiltration systems on the east side?
No, not lots of fill.
What,
I think the property works out really well with the grades. They're building two 4-foot walls here to build up the grade to match the grade on this side to give them a flat yard here. And then the grade in the back area is just coming up a couple feet.
so what's the grade right now at?
Let's see, so 54 coming up to 56.
So you're bringing up 2 inches.
2 feet.
Oh, 2 feet.
feet, yeah.
You're bringing. Thank you. So right now the grade is at where is it again?
Existing 54 contour right there with a proposed 56. So right behind the deck, the grade's coming up 2 feet.
Okay.
Jeff Hassett, the garage slab is at 65 feet, which seems to be about where the ledge is, but the dwelling, the bottom, the basement slab is at 56, which is about 8 or so feet less than the garage slab, and it looks like there's some existing ledge there. What's this? Obviously, you're going to have to chip or blast out that ledge. What's the plan on getting rid of that ledge outcrop?
Yep. So this here is the exposed ledge.
Yep.
So we've positioned the basement away from that. But that being said, there will be ledge to be removed, and the contractor, the ledge removal contractor, has estimated about 150 to 175 yards, which is about 10 trucks. And he estimates he can do it in 3 to 4 days. 10 trucks won't leave the property because a lot of that stone will be used for the fill.
And Jeff, will you be blessed on the driveway as well?
I couldn't hear you. What's that?
Will you be blasting on the driveway as well?
No. No.
I mean, I'm looking at Google Earth, and it looks like there's an awful lot of ledge exposed on the driveway.
So there'll be a small amount of hammering through the first 50 feet, but the grade is going to come up pretty steep to go over that ledge, and that's the reason why the first 50 feet is paved. I don't like to do a stone driveway on a slope.
Jeff Hassett, what is the elevation on the Easton property there on 51 Jerusalem Road? Are there any elevations there? It looks like you carry that as you're coming in, you carry that contour across there. But what other contour is going over to the adjacent properties on the side there? If you move that screen up, those, and then moving the screen up a little bit, yeah.
Well, we didn't survey all the way up to their house, but I would estimate it's around that 66, and this is probably the beginning of a 67 contour.
Okay. And how about the property going further north?
This one here?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the lot that's currently under construction, and it probably sits a little bit lower in elevation than the subject property.
Yeah, it looks like there's a significant drop off, at least where the green trees are, and I'm not sure where as it gets closer to where the existing home is there. But is there a significant drop off in elevation?
No, not significant. No. And I can look it up if you'd like. I know the garage elevation on this. I'd have to pull up some other files, but.
Will your infiltration system capture all the water so it doesn't fall into 14 Haystack and the property below it?
Yeah, the runoff will not go from this property onto 14. It's going to be swaled along the edge of the building, edge of the proposed house, and then back to the depression in the backyard. I actually don't expect any runoff from this property to go towards 14 Haystack.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually high.
It's higher, isn't it?
High spot in between.
Yeah, there is.
Jeff, what happens to the water running off the driveway? Could you show us in your drawing, please? It doesn't seem to be any catchment area for the driveway and that section of this house and the house next to it.
This area?
Yeah.
It's, well, this is all a pervious driveway. It's all crushed stone. This front section, you know, the first 50 feet does not have stormwater mitigation, but it's also currently ledge. So you really don't get an increase in runoff. What we did do, we kind of messed with the high point in the driveway so that naturally how do I say this? So currently the high point is, say, about here. And we moved it back just a little bit. So there's just slightly less area going to Jerusalem Road Drive. And that's how we're able to reduce the runoff to Jerusalem Road Drive, just less total area going there.
Yeah.
Runoff though.
Jeff, does the owner have any plans for the house to the left there in the drawing?
Nothing definitive. He's been meeting with the same architect for the subject property, and likely going to be a raise and rebuild, possibly a renovation. Either way, we'll be in front of you.
And this town allows those houses, because there are 4 houses here. You could probably take a golf putter and putt the ball from one to the other. The town allows these houses to be so closely squeezed together.
Yeah, yep. These are lots created many, many years ago. They're all grandfathered buildable lots.
What's a grandfathered buildable lot mean, Jeff?
So, for instance, the subject property is 26,267 square feet, but the current zoning is 35,000, so it's deficient, but it's grandfathered because it complied at the time it was created.
Jeff Summers, just a matter here. There's a question from the audience. Do you want to read that into the record and have the applicant address that, please?
Sure. So the comments from Patrick Kennedy from 59 Jerusalem Road Drive. He says, I asked applicant prior to the hearing whether he would be agreeable to having a 12 to 14 inch stone with gravel feature across the bottom of the paved section of driveway before it daylights out to Jerusalem Road Drive to capture any sheet flow in heavy rainstorms. Can the applicant's representative confirm that it is agreeable?
Yes, I spoke to the property owner about that as well. He does agree to do that.
And do you see any problem with that, Jeff, having an apron at the road?
Well, we talked about 2 things, one being a cobblestone apron, but in addition to that, I would do a one of those slotted drains across the driveway, discharging into just kind of a void of stone, a reservoir of stone next to the driveway.
So with the from Jerusalem Road Drive, which would come first, the grate or the cobblestone?
I would do the grate and then the cobblestone. The reason being is the cobblestones will be more in this area that's technically in the right of way. And I'd rather keep the stormwater controls on the subject property.
And what would be the size of that cobblestone, Jeff?
10 to 12 feet basically from here to here.
So Jeff,
with that, it's suspicious that it would drain out into Jerusalem Road Drive.
That's what it does now.
Mm-hmm.
So
Jeff,
Jeff, I'm sorry, I need you to repeat. You said that you would put the grate at the road?
No. So there would be a cobblestone apron.
Okay.
And then the grate would be not at the road, set back from the road on the property. Right here. No, I don't want, I was saying I do not want to put the stormwater control.
So that's the cobblestone and then you have the grate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeff, I'm a bit confused here. 5 minutes ago, you said there was no problem with anything flowing down the driveway because you had permeable material there. Now we're talking about sheet flow, special arrangements on the bottom to take care of something which apparently is not being absorbed by your permeable material. Could you explain what's going on here and what is wrong with your calculation to warrant all this sheet flow precaution? Because I'm confused.
Hang on. The calculations show there's a reduction in runoff to that design point. I'm not taking that back, but if the abutter has a suggestion, I'm more than happy to add additional controls, especially since he's already talked to the property owner, the applicant, and he's agreeable.
Yeah,
It's an insurance policy.
Jeff, I think what happened was Eric missed the fact that this first portion is paved. So Eric, from this red
Yeah.
line down to the road, it is paved. And
Yeah,
now
but
the
suppose-
idea is
Suppose Mr. Kennedy had not raised that point, had not caught on it and asked the owner. We would have proceeded without any of this special intervention on the bottom. And we
And there
would
would
have
have
found,
been no issue with that at all.
okay, so what you're saying that what Mr. Kennedy proposes is redundant.
No, yes, it's a redundant, it's above and beyond.
Jeff, is there any intention to use the driveway at Haystack?
No, because the grade up to where the house is being built is just too steep, which is why we're coming off of Jerusalem Road Drive.
So maybe we should make sure that it's not used, like even just make sure that's.
It won't be. If they ever wanted to put a driveway in there, they'd have to come back before you for another stormwater permit for it. It financially, wouldn't make sense.
Jeff, don't you need 50 feet of frontage for that driveway?
It's a
Only
grandfathered
34.
lot. So I mentioned before that's grandfathered on the lot area. It's also grandfathered on the frontage.
So I just want to mention another comment from Patrick Kennedy. So Mr. Kennedy said that I agree it's above and beyond stormwater control for the bottom of the driveway and also has aesthetic value. Thank you.
All right.
Jeff Hassett, can you just again briefly describe the roof rail drywall system there and the grades as far as the bottom of the chambers, et cetera, and how much fill is going to be brought in there or needed to be brought in to bring that up in the back?
I can, yes. Let's see. So the grade right here in the primary system is coming up from 56 to 63. And so that one is well above the ledge.
Well, the bottom of the chamber is at 60 feet, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Wait, I thought 2 feet. Wait, can you go over that again, please?
Okay, 1 second. So in this area, the existing grade is about 56 and the bottom of the chamber is about elevation 60.
Okay.
And in this area, bottom of the chambers is 52.2, which the existing grade is about 52. But there is a couple feet of material there below.
And you verified that even though there's all ledge in the area?
Yeah.
It just gets a little confusing with the existing grade and then the proposed grade when they're kind of overlapping each other there. It's a little busy diagram, that's all.
I know the plans always do get busy.
Maybe there's a better way to mark it in different colors.
Yeah.
It's these trees.
Yeah.
Does this property have a basement to it, and that's why well, does it have a basement?
It does. It has a walkout basement in the back.
Okay.
Jeff, you mentioned at the very beginning that the only trees that would be cut would be within the building footprint, but out on this back ledge, it looks like there's trees that are red. I presume those are marked for removal?
What area are we talking about? Yes, any tree.
On the ledge to the northwest of the building footprint?
Right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, the grade's being modified in that
Yeah,
area.
I mean, you said the only thing you're going to cut is within the existing building footprint at the beginning, I thought. Maybe
Yeah.
I misheard.
Yeah, I guess I should have said in the grading associated with that.
Mhm.
I know we touched upon the diagram or the agreement regarding the grate and the stormwater controls at the bottom of the driveway. I'd personally like to see that outlined on the plan. before moving forward with it.
I'd also like to express that the if you look at Google Earth, you'll see that there are some very large trees, some of which are probably on the McKay property immediately to the east of this property. And I think it's very important that if ledge is being removed, that all caution is taken to make sure that the neighboring property is not disturbed. These trees start to fail on this neighbor.
How would you do that, Chris?
You just have to limit how much blasting you're doing and how much you disrupt the ledge.
Are you talking about disruption to the roots of the trees, Chris?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Mhm.
So yeah, this whole question of drip line and canopy and how close you can come without jeopardizing the tree itself.
I'm sorry, were you asking a question or just?
No, it's kind of, I was ruminating, sorry. I suppose I shouldn't ruminate on Zoom, all right? But it seems to me that it's important for us or for someone to know that there are trees there and the trees have a canopy, and presumably underneath the canopy, you don't want to disturb the root ball. So depending on where that root ball and canopy is, if they're going to be blasting and drilling and all that, we have to make sure that those trees are in a safe position vis-a-vis that type of work, Chris. Okay.
Well, I think on another project we had delineated that they can't come near those trees then, that because of the size of the canopy, that
Well,
we have to prevent some kind of ledge removal from over that near those trees.
What that would require would be, that would require Jeff to put those trees, the neighbors' trees, on this drawing in terms of their size and position. So he could make sure that there was not any blasting or drilling done, under the canopy or whatever we determine to be the safe distance. So that goes beyond the drawing we have here, which focuses at the property at hand.
Right,
Chris, do you have any thoughts?
Well, I mean, once the canopy of a tree or the roots of a tree cross over to another property, there's no protection involved. But if it extends out, I mean, if they blast ledge and that shattering extends out onto the neighbor's property, then in effect they are disturbing the neighbor's property, and if there's a tree within that area, they're disturbing the neighbor's tree. So I think it's just important that it's understood that care has got to be taken in whatever ledge removal they're doing along property edges.
Frankly, no project should be affecting a neighbor like that. So I think those trees then have to be marked on this plan, and we have to make some decisions on how to protect them.
If I may, they're not doing any blasting for this project. Some hammering in that area, but no blasting.
Chipping ledge at the driveway.
Jeff, can you scoot the diagram up to the southwest corner of the property? That's what we're talking about, I think. Keep going. Yeah, the tree, there's a tree flagged for removal there. That's the largest tree on this lot. And it's scheduled for removal, it looks like. And it's very close to the property line, isn't it? The canopy, in fact, overlaps them.
Are you talking about this tree?
Wait,
no, southwest. That's the southeast.
The
dead
tree.
It's dead.
Oh, sure enough. Doesn't look dead. Wait a minute. Are you sure?
It is, yeah.
It wasn't dead in 18. Oh, yeah. It looks like it's dead in 19, though.
No,
Sure enough.
Hassett, there's a question from the audience that I'll just basically read in, and it's a question with respect to the garage, and you have it right on there. The garage looks like it appears that it's outside the building setback there. The garage looks like you have it at 15.5 feet. is there any, which is not within the 20-foot setback, is there any zoning relief or any other plans, special permits required as a result of that garage being outside of the 20-foot setback?
No, there's no other special permitting you need for that. That's right in the zoning bylaws, allowed by right. If the
Why is that?
portion of the house is less than 15 feet tall, it can be 15 feet off the property line instead of 20.
And what property line is that? Is that the front property line?
Right here. It's technically the side.
So what's technically the front?
Front is where the frontage is on Haystack Lane. And that has been reviewed with the building inspector.
So what, if I heard you correctly there, if I heard you correctly, you said that if the building or the garage itself is less than 15 feet in height, it does not need to meet the zoning setback?
It can extend to 15 feet instead of 20 feet.
If the height of the garage is less than 15 feet?
That's correct. Yep.
Is that to the midline of the garage or to the top of the garage?
That portion of the garage that's within the that building setback, this triangular portion right here, is less than 15 feet tall.
So while that portion of the garage may be less than 15 feet, what you might be telling me is that the overall garage might not be less than 15 feet, just that portion of the garage?
Exactly. It's a 3-car garage, and this bay is just is a 1-story bay.
Is that
So
the
that-
shed?
And then this portion has 2 stories.
So Jeff, is that an average height of that roof?
Well, in this case, the entire portion, that entire portion within the buffer is less than 15 feet tall. It's definitely a zoning thing that has been reviewed with the building inspector, will be as part of the building permit application. And it's something that the architect has looked at very closely and done on other projects.
So the smallest corner can be 15 feet, but the average of the garage doesn't count?
No,
Of the height?
no, that portion within the setback is permittable if less than 15 feet tall.
Can you help us imagine what this house looks like? Will it be as tall as the abutter's house at, not 14, but the one in front? Like how many stories this is?
It will comply with the maximum height requirement, I can tell you, which is zoning requires the height to be less than 35 feet measured from the average existing grade. And that's something that I prepare a figure that's included as part of the building permit application, showing the average grade.
From the average.
Metro plan show the height measured from there.
Jeff, is conservation the only permit that needed for this? Are there any other permits required?
You are the only permit prior to the building permit. And I will tell you that the homeowners are very anxious to get going on this. Their plan is to move out of their house and move into this one. And I think it's optimistic, but they're trying to do so in the spring. And if there's anything you can help us out with on the conditions, I think the stuff that we agreed to do out by the road is above and beyond. I could certainly follow up with a plan for that tomorrow. I can show the trees on the neighboring property, and you know, they're not doing any blasting. It's just hammer work. So
Jeff, would you please just zoom out a little bit and explain how explain where the front of this house is as opposed to the sides and the rear? Can you zoom out so we can see haystacks?
Yep. So
Is the front door where the circular driveway is, or is the front door in the back facing haystack?
the front door is, this is the front of the house here, the driveway.
But not technically the front.
Zoning wise, your front setback would be measured from Haystack Lane. That's where your frontage is. And your rear is the furthest opposite your frontage. And rears typically abut other rears. So over on Deep Run, these are all rears. So this would be their rear setback.
Jeff, what's that average grade you calculated?
I don't have it readily available. It will be included as part of the building permit application. It's an 8.5 by 11 figure where I show grades at, say, 8, 10 or so corners.
Jeff, if I understood correctly, these people would like to move in 4.5 months?
They might need some they will need some temporary housing in between.
It doesn't look very likely right now, having been up there recently. But if you're serious about that, I think you need to
Eric,
be
you will
very,
be glad to hear he had the tree guy scheduled to come 2 weeks ago, and I told him he better not.
that's very good. But you're going to have to be very thorough in itemizing the things and when they need to be done, if that's something we're interested in doing, because I think if you leave it up to us, you might get this thing in October as opposed to April, May. That's my feeling.
All right, so
A lot of work to be done.
all right, so if I were to itemize it, there are really two things to show that that entry of the driveway the way we discussed and agreed to do for the neighbor, and then also locate the trees onto the McKay property along the driveway.
Okay.
And take some controls on how to protect those trees.
Sure, yeah.
Jeff, what do you have there for a control barrier, erosion control barrier?
I'm not showing one there because it's up gradient of the work, so erosion isn't an issue, but I'm more than glad to put one along the property line just to clearly define that so there's no encroachments during construction.
I think certainly given the fact that it's been acknowledged that there's some flow going off and onto Jerusalem Road Drive there, that along the entranceway for construction vehicles going in and out, etc., anything downgrading to the property should have some type of control barrier. So I would recommend putting one there down the bottom there and anywhere where there's downhill flow.
Yeah, we can certainly put a barrier along that property line. It's a good recommendation.
Stabilize the area toward the construction site as well, toward, I think it's 14 Haystack, just because it just seems to be like a lot of boulders in there, like a lot of, it seems unstable over where the fake driveway is at Haystack Lane.
Are you talking about the abutting property?
Yes. So as you do construction, you're not bringing any vehicles over Haystack Lane, but you're coming in on Jerusalem Road. But it seems to me that the driveway on Haystack needs some stabilization. Which is
no, the applicant has no rights to go over the neighbor's property at 14.
No.
Nor do they have a route to get up over their own frontage. So there will not be any work in this area.
Can you stabilize that bank though, where the driveway is, the Haystack Lane driveway?
What's that?
There's no driveway going to go in over there.
I know, but it just seems very, just when I walked it looked unstable over there. All right, move on.
I just want to.
Would you read the remaining question and answers? They've been answered, but just read them for the record, please.
Yeah, thank you. I was just about to. There was another comment that Mr. Kennedy made. He says that he agrees with the driveway additional stormwater control. If it is made a condition, it's minor, and he doesn't believe it should hold up the issuance of the permit. That it could be included on a revised site plan.
Would you just read the other two comments just so they're in the record?
Yep. The one about the 20-foot setback?
Yes.
So again, Mr. Kennedy said it appears that the left-hand side of the garage encroaches from the front to back into the 20-foot side yard setback area. Does that require a special permit or other zoning relief? And that was Jeff Hassett said that that part of the garage will be less than 15 feet in height. So it can extend into that 20-foot setback. Then Mr. Kennedy also said that he believes that that's correct. This portion of the zoning bylaw takes into account the average of the height of the structure.
Okay.
Any other comments, Jeff Summers?
No, that's all I see.
If there are no other,
I have one last thing to say.
okay,
When you walk through this site, and obviously it's wide open now, there's no construction, it looks much more densely grown than you see here, because there are probably 3 times as many 6 to 12-inch trees there, which don't appear on this map. They're completely left off. So there's a lot more vegetation taking place here than what we see, because these are the 12-inch trees that are on there. Jeff Hassett, what is the quantitative basis of choosing 12 as opposed to 6 inches?
I got that from you. That's what your regulations say.
I'm trying to find that. I've gone through the wetland regulations a number of times. Maybe I'm just getting old and I'm speed reading too fast, but I've not seen the 1-2 inches anywhere.
I just saw it the other day. I'll see.
Can you let me know?
I believe that's in our stormwater bylaws.
Yeah, it's in the stormwater rules and regulations. It says location and description of natural features, including number 2, it says existing vegetation of various kinds, including tree lines, shrub layers, ground cover, and herbaceous vegetation and trees with a caliper 12 inches or larger.
Okay. So I guess being honorable people, we're supposed to assume that standard, not just in the stormwater, but also in the notice of intent and the wetland regulations. Because, you know, to me, if we waited 5 years on this, you'd have some really big trees here, and you have a lot of really big trees. So choosing 12 now and ignoring what's going to take place with the 6-inch trees in the coming years probably is understating the amount of foliage producing plants that are being removed. But I understand where it comes from now. Okay.
If there's no further discussion, I'd like to make a motion. Is there any further discussion? Not having heard any, Jay Pimpari would like to make a motion to approve a stormwater permit for the project at 0 Haystack Lane with the following condition: that a revised site plan be submitted to the commission by noontime 1 week from today, January 28th, 2021. That specifically outlines and describes on the plan the stormwater controls at the base of the driveway as described during this hearing, the grate, cobblestone, etc. Second revised plan condition is that the location of the trees along the driveway and adjacent property also be labeled on the plan. And then lastly, the erosion control barrier be placed, the erosion control barrier be of a 12-inch silt sock placed along the down gradient of any water flow, and specifically along the driveway, which it's been acknowledged that there's potential sheet flow coming off the driveway. So a revised plan to reflect those 3 conditions as stated there by January 28th noontime. That meets the approval of the if the conditions meet the approval of the Conservation Commission agent, the project will be formally approved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Having heard a motion and a second, I'd like to have a roll call vote for the stormwater permit with order of conditions at 0 Haystacks Lane. Kathy Berrigan,
Yay.
Chris Grady,
Trish Grady, yay.
Dave Pimpari,
Yay.
Marianne Weatherall.
Can we adjust that condition that we add in a few more trees to replace the trees that are being removed? You didn't mention any of that.
He's got quite a few trees on this property.
Yeah, I think they're proposing 60 trees overall.
Oh, that's right. Right, proposed 60 evergreens at least. Okay, yay.
Okay, Eric Eisenhower
Yay.
and Chris McFarland, yay. That vote passes 6-0. Congratulations.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Okay, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
I'm just going to update the question and answer so that we know if there's any new ones. And then we will move on. Okay, our item for 7:10, now we're behind schedule, is an NOI for 640 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. Let me read it into the record. Notice of public hearing. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, January 21st, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on the Zoom platform to extend the order of conditions for notice of intent 18-04 to allow for completion of a new single-family dwelling at 640 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Lot 3, by Kieran and Marilyn Daly, applicants. So Jeff, can you address this, please?
Yeah, so Marilyn Daly was the one requesting the permit extension. I don't see that name here, but I see a Mark Cloffer, so I'm going to bring him in as a panelist.
I believe Mark is for the harbor project.
Oh, he is? Okay. Whoops, I just brought him up by accident then. Yeah, so I don't see Marilyn Daly here. There's Mr. Lubitz, there's Mr. Terranian, Mr. Kennedy, and Mr. Goldrick. John.
I would just request if there's anybody that's as an attendee representing this application could just put in the question and answer or the chat box that you are representing this property. And Jeff Summers, if we don't have anybody here to represent the property, maybe you could just give us a quick overview, or if this is a timely manner. I know this is an extension request, or is it something that we can continue for 2 weeks in the sake of time?
Yeah, this is probably something we can do ourselves. So essentially, it was 2017. We issued 2 orders of conditions, 2 stormwater permits for 2 separate properties that were subdivided. This property is 640 Chief Justice Cushing, which is currently under construction. The order of conditions, as you know, is only valid for 3 years, and it's expiring next month on the 15th. So the property owner is requesting an extension so she can finish the construction of the house. There's really no, nothing discussed as far of substance as far as the actual work itself. This is simply just to extend the permit, the validity of the permit to allow the work to continue, which is ongoing at this time.
So the project's already started?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And as far as an extension request, is this a 1-year extension?
So, yeah, the rules and regulations say that the commission can issue up to 3 extensions of 1 year each. So each extension would only be for a 1-year period. So this would, the extension would continue the order of conditions until January 15th of 2022.
Okay.
Seeing that the project is already in construction, I see no reason why we shouldn't extend the permit.
Have we seen this property recently and just checked on it? Has anything changed with it?
No, right now it's just a foundation.
I drove by, Marianne. There's not a lot of exciting things going on there. Not much to see.
No. Anyone in the public have comments?
I don't see anything.
Well, without comments from the public, I'd like to take a vote to extend the existing order of conditions for 1 year for 640 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, having heard a first and a second, we're going to take a vote by roll call. Kathy Berrigan,
Yay.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, yay.
Jay Campari,
Jay Campari, yay.
Marianne Weatherall,
Yay.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric, yes.
Chris McFarland, yay. That vote passes 6-0. Next on the agenda is another permit extension request for, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, for 811, 819 Jerusalem Road. Let me read it into the record for the notice of public hearing. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, January 21st, 2021 at 6:30 via remote participation on the Zoom platform to extend the order of conditions for notice of intent 18-01 for redevelopment of church property at 811-819 Jerusalem Road by South Shore Hellenic Church applicants.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is John Cavanaro. I'm a civil engineer at Cavanaro Consulting in Norwell, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the Hellenic Church with architect Clark Brewer, who is the project architect, and we may have Cindy Dedes on the call as well, representing the church. So we're here this evening to request an extension similar to the previous agenda item. Our orders of conditions expire next month on the 16th of February, 2021. The project has been delayed primarily due to fundraising and the COVID-19 emergency, but the project has commenced. We have had initial site visits with Jeff. The contractor is on board. Clark has been active with the preparation of the contract documents, and things are underway. So we would be grateful to get an extension. We do have an extension of our special permit with the Zoning Board of Appeals, and we would respectfully request the same with this board. I heard Jeff say that the commission has the ability to grant 3 one-year extensions. If the 1 year is the maximum that we can seek, then naturally that's what we would want. If it could be 2 years, we would be grateful for that. But whatever the commission would be amenable to, we'd be grateful.
Jeff, can we extend that more than 1 year? What are our options here?
Well,
Not written that way.
I guess, so it is in the rules and regulations that it be extended for 1 year period of up to 3 years. If the commission agreed to waive that requirement, I don't think that would be an issue.
I guess it's more of a legal question. I personally don't have a problem with that. I regularly drive and walk by the church area. In the past month or so, I have seen the pickup of construction. I've seen the silt sock that has gone in. I'm a stickler with the silt sock, because if you've been listening all night long, it's a very good looking silt sock. It encompasses the entire property. So whoever put the silt sock in, commend you for that. And it does look like there's a water and/or sewer line that's been trenched in there. So it does appear that the work is starting. I wouldn't have a problem extending that personally. I don't know how the other commissions feel. I think we'd probably be back here a year from now entertaining another permit extension, given the unknowns with COVID, etc. So I would take that into consideration. I personally wouldn't have a problem extending this project if need be, more than 1 year.
You have no problems more than 1 year, Jay?
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
John, if you look at the fundraising, the pace of fundraising, the pace of work, when do you expect to complete the project?
Well, I think the target is within 12 to 18 months. So I think 12 months would just bring it bring us back here in a year, as you said.
Yep.
So that's why we're seeking the 2-year request.
John.
Again, I guess
Clark
the only
has-
question, Jeff, would be whether or not, there's any reason that the legal department would say that that's not allowed based on the bylaw. But I mean, I guess we could take a vote that suggests that we extend it for 2 years, and if legality steps in and says no, we can't do that, then it just revert back to 1 year.
Yeah, so this is only in the bylaw where it's mentioned, and under the state act, it can be extended up to 3 years in one extension. I think probably procedurally, we should probably have 2 votes, one to waive the 1 year requirement, and then one to actually issue the extension for however many, up to 3 years. Or whatever the commission decides.
If that's what you recommend, yeah.
My concern is there a change with the plan that John and Clark can speak to, or does it remain the same?
So there's nothing right now we're not requesting any amendments to the approved order of conditions. So if anything does change, we'd have to come back as well. So, but we're not seeking any amendments at this time.
There's certainly no adds in terms of the site work, but there are a few deletions. It looks like we're going to be able to not have the HVAC units at grade in the back part over by Straits Pond, and we're going to be able to eliminate some pervious pavement that we showed on the approved plans.
I have a question mostly with the other commissioners. I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
No.
But, I don't really have an issue at all with like more than a 1 year extension, but does that put us in any position if we're making an exception for past practice purposes with other applicants? And is it really that much of a hardship to do this process in the event that we have to do it one more time again?
Well, I think as I heard Jeff speak earlier, my interpretation of that is I would make a motion to waive it for this project only, not for other projects, just for this project only.
So we could isolate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that if there's no further comment. I don't want to rush it, but I know we're all in agreement here. For the interest of time here, at our conservation agent's recommendation, and I agree, Jay Pimpari would like to make a motion to the commission to waive our 1 year extension of a notice of intent application to extend that to a 2 year, allow for a 2 year extension for the project located at 811 Jerusalem Road only, citing the COVID-19 pandemic implications that we've experienced over the past year as rationale for that. And it is for this project at the church only. It is not for all projects across town or townwide.
A second.
Having heard a motion in a second, I'd like to take a vote for extension of the order of conditions.
Well, that was just a vote to waive the requirement.
Oh, sorry. I'd like to take a vote to waive the requirements of time limit for extension. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, yay.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, yay.
Jay Pimpari,
Jay Pimpari, yay.
Marianne Weatherall,
Yay.
Eric Eisenhower,
Yes.
Chris McFarland, yay. The waiver passes at a vote of 6-0.
So now I'd like to make a formal motion to extend the notice of intent permit for 2 years. Jeff, what is the date that it's actually expiring? You have that in front of you, or John?
February 16th, 2021.
Okay, Jay Pimpar, I'd like to make a motion to extend grant the permit extension request and grant that to September 2nd, 2023, allowing for 2 years for the project at 811 Jerusalem Road.
Wait, how'd you get to September 2nd?
I'm sorry, did I say September? It's a long night. February 16th, 2023.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second, you got.
Haven't heard a motion in a second. We'll take a roll call vote for extending the NOI at 811, 819 Jerusalem Lane. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, yay.
Chris Grady,
Chris Grady, yay.
Dave Pampari,
Jay
Jay?
Piparier.
Marianne Weatherall,
Yes.
Eric Eisenhower,
Yes.
Chris McFarlane, yay. That vote passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
you.
your consideration.
And this is Cindy Detus from the church, representing the church. I want to thank you for that.
Good luck.
You're most welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you, Bob.
Good luck.
Mr. Chairman, we've been at this or Chris, we've been at this for 2 hours. Can we take a 2-minute break before we proceed to the next project?
Sure, and while commissioners are taking a 2-minute break, I'm just going to mention for anyone who's in the audience that the issue before us at 15 Diab Lane will be continued for 2 weeks. So if you're sitting here waiting to hear all about Diab Lane,
Go home.
enjoy dinner.
Yeah, have a drink.
All right, let's just take a 2-minute break, come right back, and we'll get started on the 87 and 124 Elm Street. Don't know how to do that. Jennifer? You're on mute.
Hello.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi.
Chris McFarland speaking. I saw your question and answer here. Did Mark try to sign back on and he's not able to connect?
Yeah, the passcode and meeting ID are not working for him.
Jeff? Jennifer from.
Yeah, I don't know what I can do.
Can we,
It says the host has removed you from the meeting.
I think it's when he was in the, he erroneously got put into the,
Yeah, so now he can't get back in at all, I guess is the issue.
because you removed him.
How
Can
do
you sign out, Chris, and then log back in?
No, I don't know how.
If you were to shut down and then come back on.
No, he tried that. He said,
You did? Okay.
I'm looking for other possibilities here.
Could you maybe send him the panelist login and then after he's done, remove him? I don't know if that would be different in any way from Zoom's perspective.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know how that would work.
I know we're going to run the same problem with you, Jennifer. We want to make sure we don't throw you out too. Can't find you.
Why don't we give him why don't we give him our code that we have, or one of someone else, and then he can retitle himself when he comes in for the Conservation Commission. I can put it in the chat, or he doesn't see this chat. Is that correct?
Anyone should be able to come back in through the Zoom. If for whatever reason it kicked out, hopefully they can come in the same way they came in and just readmit themselves, and they'll be an attendee. We'll bring them up to a panelist.
Yeah, but he said he can't for some reason.
Yeah, it says that he's been removed from the meeting. So I think once the host physically removes you, you can't come back in. He says that he's tried through multiple emails now, so.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to kick him out for good. I just meant to put him back into the panelist or the attendee side over there.
No problem. Just don't kick me out.
Don't kick you out.
So this is just kind of a suggestion, but could he be on the phone with either one of you? And if he has any questions, could he speak through you?
Yeah, of course.
There is a phone number. I don't know if it's on our town webpage, but there is a phone number here.
Okay.
I can read it in if nobody has it.
I have it from the agenda.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'm going to try now muting Jennifer, which should do the same thing, correct? Nope. So I don't know. Jeff, do you know how to make Jennifer not a, oh, she's going to come into this anyway, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Jeff, I was going to ask you procedurally, is there any way that we can address Atlantic Avenue prior to Elm Street? Should be a fairly quick hearing.
I only mentioned, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Adam Brodsky is here with us this evening, and he is on a time clock until 9:30. So,
okay, that's fine.
If it's possible to hold the agenda, I'd greatly appreciate that.
That's fine.
Thank you.
You want us to hold to the agenda, John?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Okay, is everyone back? No, Marianne's not back yet. Oh, here she comes.
I saw a dog go by.
John, quick question.
Yes.
When we start in a minute, do you want me to bring up Mr. Lubitz, Mr. Goldrick, Attorney Brodsky, and is there anybody else?
Attorney Brodsky, Ted Lubitz, if George McGoldrick is there. I'm not sure if he's on this evening.
He is. Okay.
Thank you.
Jeff, were you able to see in the chat box, Marilyn Daly? Just noted she just joined late, and I think we already completed.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, she has her hand up. So, Marilyn, just so you know, I see you just came. We already discussed the issue with the permit extension, and the permit extension has been granted. So I will send you that paperwork.
Jeff, I see we have a 781-910 number that just came in. I
Yep.
assume that that is the applicant we're waiting for, if you wanted to make him allowed to talk. Him or her.
Okay.
Can I just ask if the 781 number is there you go. You've unmuted yourself to identify yourself.
Hi, this is Mark Klopfer. Thank you for allowing me to return.
Sorry about that, Mark.
Yes, yeah, my
No
apologies.
worries.
Jeff, are you letting everyone else in?
Yeah, I'll bring him up now.
Well, we don't have to read anything in, so.
Okay, I think we should have everybody know.
There's one other McGoldrick.
That's John. He doesn't necessarily need to be brought
He's
in.
there.
Okay.
He's there, John.
No, that's George. There's a George and a John in the list. Okay, let's get started on the stormwater permits and the NOIs for 87 and 124 Elm Street. John Cavanaro or Adam Brodsky, whomever would like to address this first.
Please, good evening, Mr. Chairman. Again, John Cavanaro from Cavanaro Consulting in Norwell, Mass. I'm here with Attorney Adam Brodsky and Principals George McGoldrick and Ted Lubitz from CHI, the applicant for 87 and 124 Elm Street. Just to follow up on our hearing on January 7th, we followed that with a site visit on January 14th, where we conducted a visit of both properties, and we were able to review a number of things. We had some action items from the first hearing to follow up with. We presented some materials at the first hearing that we also submitted to the boards subsequent to that first hearing. So that included some revised design plans to add some clarity. Some questions were asked to add some more detail to the elevations of the retaining walls. We provided some more clarity to some of the plans, the erosion control plan. We had a composite plan that showed existing and proposed that was, we kept in the plan set, but we also created a new sheet to peel away the existing layer to provide a little bit more clarity to the site plan. We provided some historical aerial photos of the property to give some more background on that, as well as to back up the information that we presented at the first hearing. We also provided some more detail with respect to the landscape plan. It was asked that we provide size and verify quantities and availability of some of the species that were on the landscape plan. And lastly, we made a revision to the landscape plan and the site plan, following up on some initial discussion regarding the crushed stone gravel parking area behind 87 Elm. What we did was we pulled the edge of the gravel parking area further inboard into the property, and we added some vegetation along the edge, the downstream edge of the parking area. So we tried to enhance that buffer area between the gravel parking and the edge of the James Brook. So those are the principal changes that we submitted and additional material that we submitted since the last hearing. So we're happy to discuss any of that and any other more questions to continue what we began at the last hearing.
John, can I ask you to pull up your plan and just touch on those again quickly? In the meantime, Jeff Summers, could you give us a little summary of of the resource areas on this project, just so everyone kind of is up to speed on that?
Yep, sure. So there's 3 resource areas. There's James Brook, which has a 200-foot riverfront area. There's also the, where are we? So, yep, the 200-foot riverfront area off of James Brook. There's also the top of Coastal Bank to the Cove, which is actually the man-made seawall, and that in itself is a resource area. And then there's a 100-foot buffer zone from the top of Coastal Bank. And then, of course, there's the Cove itself, which is bordering the property.
And lastly, I'll just supplement that with the flood zones that are on both properties as well. Land
Yep.
subject to coastal storm flowage.
Thanks, John.
So we're looking at the existing conditions plan, and what we did on this plan primarily was we added some more detail to the elevations of the wall. If you recall, the wall is constructed in a couple different segments. There's a stone revetment wall at the base that comes up to a poured concrete wall that has a cement masonry wall that sits atop it on the northerly end, and then that steps down in a couple of locations by about a foot until it gets down to the existing top of wall, which is primarily elevation 9, and that masonry wall steps up a foot for a stretch, and then it steps up another foot and another foot to about elevation 12, and that runs to the corner of the property.
John, with respect to the wall, I know we talked a little bit about this last time, but just for clarification, is there any work that's going to be done along that wall?
So the only work that's part of this application is to take down the cement masonry wall along the northerly portion to bring the top of the wall at a consistent elevation along the harbor walk. So that's the only work that's being proposed on the wall. If it's determined following demolition of the site and further investigation, once we get into construction, that there's more work to be done, then that would have to come back to you under a separate application or an amendment to this order of conditions.
So what is actually being proposed as far as rise in elevation or lowering elevation of that wall? How many feet and for what horizontal distance, etc.? Can you just give us an overview?
So there's, as I mentioned, there's a poured concrete wall that sits atop and it's precast in some areas, it's poured in other areas atop the stone revetment. So the amount of wall that's being taken, that cement masonry wall that sits atop the poured wall, it runs from this location down to the corner of the northern property line. So that's probably in the order of 100 feet or so from this point to this point.
And how many vertical feet would you say that is?
It ranges from a foot to 3 feet.
Okay.
So it's stepped. It's a stepped masonry block.
And that's the only removal of wall?
Correct.
And how about the addition of any wall?
Seawall?
Yes.
No, there's no addition of. There'll just be maybe a capstone or some type of dressing on top of the existing wall.
John, what will the as-built elevation of the final wall be?
So we're keeping that 9-foot elevation. It varies within inches along the course of the wall, but we're proposing to keep it at that 9-foot contour elevation.
Is there any further schematic on that as far as the removal of that wall, John? Or is it narrative or anywhere where that's further described as far as removal of the wall?
No, but there will be, as part of the construction, the final construction plans and through the planning board, their conditional approval is requesting that a construction management plan be submitted prior to work commencing. So there will be more detail available prior to the actual construction of the work.
Yeah, I guess I would like to see a little bit, just that outlined more in more detail, whether or not it's on the drawing or there's a smaller separate drawing of that just further outlines the removal of the wall. Similar to how when we have piers, when someone's building like a 50, 200, or anywhere 200-foot pier, it's actually it's 10-foot intervals and you see go along. So I just like to see a little some drawing or something that outlines that wall is going to be removed somehow.
Yeah, so just so you understand, we're not removing wall below grade for the most part.
You're trying to bring that down to grade. Is there any, what's going to be the cap of that wall? Is it going to be
that's to be determined, the actual detail of the cap. It'll most likely be a concrete type cap on the wall.
Most likely.
Are you assuming, John, that
there'd probably be,
I'm sorry.
That would probably, it may need to be a more of a footing and a poured wall or mason brick? You say there'd be some form of a cap.
Yeah, so the existing wall, the foundation of the wall will remain. We're not looking to re-pour and reconstruct under this application the seawall. We're taking down a portion of cement masonry wall that sits atop the concrete wall. And right now that masonry wall serves as more like privacy to where the building comes close to the seawall. That's where that wall is located, along this end of the property.
So along the entire wall, is that that's going to remain a wall? Is there going to be any safety barrier there along the wall? It's just going to be open?
So there will be some type of guardrail, is what's presumed. It's on top of the wall. So I'm saying the top of the wall, whether it's cap and some type of railing. These are details that will roll into the final.
John, is that definitive that the client wants to have a guardrail on there?
So I can have them speak as well, but I think the conceptual plan now is to have some type of low guardrail on the top of the wall. There's really not a lot of rails along the harbor, but where this is going to be an active, we hope active corridor with the new boardwalk, that there'll be some low cap rail on top of this wall.
You know the height of that guardrail that you hopefully anticipate?
We don't have any design of it right now, but that will go through the planning board through the final site plan approval.
There should be a safety feature if you're bordering that.
But John, the wall is actually the upland bank, correct?
Is it the coastal bank?
Is it the coastal bank? Yes.
Yes. It serves as the coastal bank. It's a vertical barrier.
Right.
John, are you aware of any past storms that have overtopped this wall?
I'm not aware of any, no.
We had a pretty significant storm on March 3rd of 2018. I think a lot of people in town probably went down there and had a look to see what was going on. It was a typical nor'easter, 50-mile-an-hour winds, a high tide, and about a 3-foot storm surge. And the record seemed to indicate it was roughly 9 feet. So that would have been right at the top of the wall.
So you need
I mean, this isn't a floodplain. It remains in a floodplain. The whole property sits in a 100-year floodplain. So the flood elevation is actually even higher than that, the 100-year.
Right. Well, actually, the FEMA elevation, the contours of the FEMA elevation are right about 9 feet.
It actually gets higher than that.
Yeah.
I see that George has his hand raised. Did you want to speak, George?
Yes, thank you, George McGoldrick. We have been monitoring that situation for the last two and a half years. We've been there for many of the storm surges. For example, there's a couple last fall where Margin Street and Stockbridge Street were flooded, but yet there was 1 to 2 feet, and in some cases 3 feet left on our wall. And we've got picture proof of that. So the wall has actually been significantly higher than most of the surges that we've seen in the past. We're not aware of any other, even the 2015 surge where there was ice in the harbor that living on Border Street caused about a 2-foot higher tide. That area was not flooded by the hotel.
John, while we're in the area of the wall, I know I had asked the question during the site visit last week. As far as the walkway goes, what I understand is the 10-foot walkway is going to be a pervious surface, but it would be made up of, it would not be an asphalt surface, as I understand. And there wasn't a clear, real answer on what the makeup of that was going to be, whether it was pavers or slate, etc. But can you elaborate on that a little bit more if you have an idea of what you feel that surface would be along the entire 10-foot walkway?
Well, I think you said pervious, Jay, and it's not planning to be pervious. It's planning to be impervious, the walkway.
Okay.
It's been designed and modeled, and all of the stormwater has been calculated as a impervious surface. And the reason is because we simply don't want a pervious surface being located adjacent to the back of that seawall. We want to capture any runoff or splash over in the event of extreme events. We want it to drain into catchment areas and drain back into the ocean. We don't want a pervious surface there for ADA compliance. We want a smooth, level surface that's durable, that can withstand this coastal environment. So it will be an impervious surface, and the actual finishes have not been decided yet. Again, that would be something that will be in that final revised site plan that will go through the planning board, which has had an extensive review process, and they will continue to be part of that as far as selection of materials. So that's going to be a finish similar to if there's any type of safety rail on top of the wall, that will be decided through that collaborative process.
Okay. So when I think of impervious, I think of concrete, asphalt, or asphalt are really the two materials that come to mind. Is there anything outside of that? I mean, I guess you could, like playgrounds.
There's a number of things. There's Pebble Tech. There are pavers. There's textured concrete. There's a whole mix of things.
Okay.
John,
John,
while you're talking,
who owns the wall? Is it the town or is it the property owner for this?
So the property line is the seawall. So the first portion of the property falls within the town layout, and then the majority of the seawall runs along this property. But
and they're responsible for maintaining it?
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me?
And they are responsible for maintaining it?
Yes, it would be the owner's responsibility.
And you mentioned that it's impervious. So can you show us where like the drain or the trench system is?
Sure. So there's on the drainage plan, we've provided inlets for drainage along the walkway, and this will be collected with a drain line that will connect to the existing drainage on the property that goes through an outfall in the wall, a 24-inch pipe. So that will remain. There'll be no new outfall. We'll be connecting the drainage into that existing outfall.
John, does that outfall need relicensing or re-permitting by?
So the whole project, Chris, will go through Chapter 91, and that's really our next step, and that's we're hopeful to secure an order of conditions that will enable us to proceed to that Chapter 91 step. So we're going through a MIPA filing. This will be an initial step, and then we'll proceed with Chapter 91.
And have you done calculations for phosphorus in your?
No.
No. It would be required though, correct?
Through the 91 process?
Well, through the discharge permit.
Probably nitrate is what you're referring to, Chris.
I thought it was phosphorus that was the major portion of the
I don't think so. I think nitrate's the,
nitrates.
yeah.
So this is an existing line, and we're reducing actually flow coming off of the site. So we're not creating a new outfall, and we're reducing flow coming off the site. So, and we're adding a lot more treatment that exists today. In fact, that's really what we talked about at great length at the last hearing was the major benefit to this site, this project really, is the extreme reduction in uncovered pavement. So that's really the water quality benefit that this project is introducing by putting so much roof over the vehicles.
So you don't have any floor drains in the garage?
We will, and those will drain into the sewer through an oil water separator.
In which garage? You're talking about this 134?
There's two garages. All of the parking is covered with the exception of the small crushed stone area in the back of 87.
John, what's the elevation of that outlet for your storm drain there into the harbor? Yeah.
Minus 0.2 feet.
I see. And it has some sort of means of preventing flow from the harbor into the system.
Yeah,
right?
it has an orifice that
One way.
functions as a tide gate.
Yeah.
Is there another need for, seems like another need for a proposed drain closer to Border Street or near the veterans at the beginning of the walk? There doesn't seem to be any trench or capturing.
You're saying that there's another drain closer to Stockbridge Street?
No, it looks like, I don't see any drainage or a purple line along the wall closer to the veterans, like where the walk begins. I see a drainage.
You mean this drainage in this parking lot?
Yes, can you point out all that, like when, just so it
So
doesn't
there's
go
an
into
existing catch
the
basin.
harbor.
Yeah. So there's a catch basin here,
Mhm.
and there's a catch basin right at the edge of the street. But this all drains into this outlet, this 24-inch outlet.
There doesn't need to be another one that's closer. It looks near the handicap spot.
This is an existing parking lot, so we're not really changing any of the grading in that. This all drains into this area.
John, since this is not an industrial activity, while it may be commercial, are there any NPDES permit requirements or applications that you're aware of that need to be filed for the discharge at all?
Not for the discharge. There most likely will be a NPDES construction permit for this, as the whole project exceeds an acre.
Right. Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there. It's that looks like it's larger than an acre, so it would need a general permit filing with EPA.
Right.
John, can we go back to the railing a little bit here? I know that you mentioned that it would need to be more specified in Chapter 91 and probably more spelled out in the planning board approval, etc. Similar to when we have piers here, while it might be a safety issue, I think it's certainly within our jurisdiction as well. It certainly work along the bank or wall, whatever you want to call it. I'd personally like to get a little bit more detail on the railing and as far as what that may or may not consist of. I'm assuming it's going to be some, I don't know, a post every 8 or 10 feet, 3 foot high. Maybe it's a rope railing.
I would honestly guess if you've been to Nantasket and
Yeah.
seen the railing on top of that seawall, it would probably be more in line with something like that. I'm guessing. George, feel free to jump in, or Ted, or Jen.
I can speak on that. This is Ted Lubitz speaking. We've talked about a railing system, like John just mentioned, at Nantasket. We've also talked about sort of ballard and chain railing system, Christopher Columbus Park in Boston, for instance, which is right on the seawall there as well. But something sort of that's heavily gauged, protective, safe, but doesn't disrupt sort of the experience.
Could that be a little bit more spelled out on the plan? I know that you may not be wanting to be pigeonholed into that exact plan, but it would be good to have something on the plan with respect to some form of a railing system. While it may not be exact, it would be good to have that on the plan.
So could we have this as part of sort of a condition that will come back with the final, you'll have a look at the final revised site plan. That's going to be part of this application process. So
Yeah.
we'll have that, and we'd be happy to revisit that as a condition in the order of conditions, if that was amenable.
I think a condition that we review what you propose, and then we'll make a decision on that. Because Christopher Columbus Park, that's low to the ground, that example.
So I guess,
I
and maybe I'll ask Adam to chime in as far as, there's a lot of boards and there's a lot of overlay and regulation for this particular property, specifically as it relates to things like this. So we're just trying to keep jurisdictionally, if it has an impact on the performance of the coastal bank, I can see the commission having a say in that. If it's an aesthetic or functional, or if it has to do with sort of the performance of the overlay district, then that really is more of a planning board.
I'd like to agree with you. I'd like to agree with you, John, but the bylaws do say that this commission does have a voice in aesthetics, even though it doesn't directly affect the performance. So I think that it is important. It is important because it is, in effect, one of the resource areas. So, being the coastal bank, I think it's important that we have a thorough understanding of the actual construction at that location.
So John, this is Adam Brodsky, and good evening, members of the board. I just want to weigh in here. I think John hit the nail on the head. As a condition of our planning board approval, though, will be a final set of drawings that will be subject to review. The wetland resource area is coastal bank. It's essentially a coastal structure, but we're treating it as coastal bank. It's a non-eroding coastal bank. The performance standard is that we can't do anything to impair the stability of the bank. And so details regarding the railing can have no relevance really to the stability of the bank, which, as I said, is an engineered structure. With respect to aesthetics, Mr. McFarland, your bylaw extends to aesthetics of the wetlands, not to general aesthetics. That's again an issue for the planning board and not the commission. So if we were doing a project that was, for example, proposing alteration of a vegetated wetland that had some aesthetic quality, you certainly would have some say in that. But aesthetics with respect to design elements of projects, I respectfully suggest is beyond your jurisdiction. Again, I think John's suggestion is correct. I mean, we're going to have to come back to the town with our final site plans, and that's a requirement of planning board. And presumably that will be shared with the Conservation Commission. But the responsibility for that determination is with the planning board, not the Conservation Commission.
I appreciate your interpretation for us, not our understanding, and we can talk to town council just to get verification on that.
That's the case law, Mr. McFarland.
Pardon me?
I just want to note that's not my interpretation. That's actually the case law when it speaks to local bylaw regulation of aesthetics for wetlands.
I would have to say I'm very familiar with the Christopher Columbus railway system. No doubt if that system were placed along this wall, I would certainly question the structural integrity of that. So what I was looking for, and I know that it may change, and I certainly understand that you have to go through Chapter 91, you have to go through the planning board, etc. What I was looking for is a simple diagram or a plan that says that there would be a post every 8 feet or every 10 feet. And whether or not at the end of the day, if you proposed it to be rope and at the end of the day it was chain, I personally don't think that, personally speaking, I wouldn't have a problem whether it was rope or chain or string, etc. As far as the post, if the posts were proposed to be wood and they ended up being metal, again, I don't think that's within conservation purview. That's more for the planning board, etc. What I'm looking for is just something that says that, yes, there will be a post there every 8, 10, 12 feet. And that's what we're looking for. And in order to dig or drive a post or any type of a railing system at all into that wall, it's not going to be held in there with Elmer's glue. You're going to have to dig into the wall. You're going to have to pour some type of system. There's going to be some structural integrity issues with the wall. So that's all I'm looking for. Again, not looking for the specific details to the nitty gritty, but just a plan that says there will be a railing along the walkway.
If I may, we've had these kind of discussions with the planning board, and we've agreed to do some kind of railing. The reason there isn't one designed yet is because we're just starting the MEPA and Chapter 91 process, and we expect that there'll be conversations with them along the same types of concerns that you guys have. But moreover, we're also been talking with the Harbor Committee about what's going to happen around the rest of the harbor. And so we didn't want to go propose to have some kind of design that it's going to impact or be different than elsewhere within the harbor. So we are committing to have something there. We do want to talk to all the other groups that are important to this project, conservation, planning board, and the harbor committee as well, in terms of getting the right design for it. But I can tell you that the planning board is requiring us to do something. And as Mr. Cavanero said, we certainly have no problem with you guys requiring that as well. We just don't have it designed yet.
Yeah, and that's understandable. I can see that. So again, all I was looking for, my comment was that just to see more of some type of a plan, whatever it may be, that there were, again, posts every 6 feet and 8 feet, 10 feet along the wall. And if the structure changed, minimally changed, I don't think conservation would have a problem with it. The problem that we would have, and you've been through this before, is right now there's nothing on the plan at all. And then 3 years from now, the project's completed and there's an 8-foot stockade wall there. And everyone looks at us and says, did you approve that? So we're just looking for a basic, simple plan. Personally, that's what I'm looking for. That's all.
Yeah, so John, maybe just if I'm hearing everybody correctly, maybe just some sort of an indication that there will be some sort of a fence there. I hear what Jay's saying, and I hear what you're saying too. You don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but I think what Jay's asking for is just some sort of indication that there is, yes, going to be a fence there. And if you show it having a post every 10 feet and, you guys decide that you don't want to do that, you want to do something else there, then I think just a simple revision would satisfy that, when it comes time to actually putting it in. But I think Jay is just asking for, if you're going to put a fence in, if that's the plan, to just show something that is
Sure.
a fence.
I think we could certainly provide you what you're looking for.
Yeah, and then as it changes, then it can,
Right.
once you guys decide what you're actually going to put in, just
Sure.
let us know.
It would just be great if we could have it as a condition that we could submit that material to you.
We do weigh in on recreational interests, and that pathway is a recreational interest. So I think we do have an interest. Maybe it's not just aesthetics, as Chris has argued, but it's recreational. So we do need to see that, and it needs to be marked. And I want to be sure that it doesn't look like the Harbor Walk, because people will easily jump over the chain rail. And a chain rail is different than having a wall. So it needs to be defined better.
Understood.
There are advantages, in fact, to raising that wall a bit. Again, if it's 9 feet now and you're going to remove some of that, and even if you were close recently in some of these storms, I would think it'd be in your own interest to build something. I would hope that would be aesthetically pleasing, but in any case, structurally sound that would raise your some greater defense against the next March 3rd, 2018, which must have come awfully close to topping that wall.
John, why do we have this plan up here? Can you talk a little bit about this looks like the planting plan here. I had another question regarding the landscape versus hardscape issue.
Yep.
And this plan talks, obviously green is the landscape, but there's some hardscape areas here. Can you just describe those a little bit? It looks like there's one in front of what appears to be the retail deck, and then another one on I guess it's the north side there.
Yeah, so I'll ask Jen if she wants to speak to her plan. I don't want to overspeak her plan, but since I have it up, hopefully I have it in enough view for you, Jay, to see this.
That's great. Yep, thank you.
So the area that is adjacent to the retail, so that's, we're thinking that might be like a wood deck. So thinking about outdoor seating and outdoor spill out from a cafe, some stone steps, and then a patio spill out area. Thinking that might be some sort of nice paver to help differentiate from the Harbor Walk. The area to the north, are you talking about the area, right where that mouse is? So that was this idea that maybe, when there's an art festival at Cohasset, that you could put up some tents here, and people who are driving along Margin Street would see the tents and stop by, and then that would become an activator and sort of an opportunity to walk along the Harbor Walk. So thinking about pop-up retail, and maybe in the summer there's an ice cream stand, that type of thing. So giving flexibility for that and having it in a space that is easily visible from the street.
Tell me, are there any permanent restaurants here? Any permanent eating facilities other than pop-up food wagons and things like that?
No, there's not a restaurant as part of this program right now. It's retail, commercial.
I can appreciate the pop-up food tents or whatever we're going to call them. I would just encourage you to, why not develop more green space along the area. It's hardscape. Putting a tent on hardscape versus landscape really doesn't matter. It's not going to, like there's going to be a tent up there every day. Just encouraging more green space in the area. I don't see why we wouldn't want to take advantage of that in that area.
Yeah, we can consider it, and we can take a look at the plans and take a look at that.
Can you tell me how many trees are on this plan?
Oh, how many trees? If you want to go to the legend, there you go.
Yeah, but most of the
28.
trees are on the outside.
Correct. Most of them are kind of around the streetscape area.
Yeah, but I think, Chris, you were referring to trees in the lawn area and the,
No, I wanted to know how many trees that were in the plan in total, and I think I just counted
Okay.
28 if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
That's
you were
correct.
correct.
But I think right now there are currently close to 35 on the site. Some of which, well, at least one of which is quite large at the end of the hotel. Other ones which are pretty large. So it seems that at very minimal, you'd want to have as many trees going back onto the site as are coming off the site in this case. So I'd like to look if there's possibilities for other trees. I think there's also, right now there's some nice screening between the parking lot and the back of the hotel. What's being shown there are small shrubs. Between the small shrubs, the benches facing the water, it's not a great lawn to kind of hang out on. You do have a nice view of the harbor, but from one side of that, but not the rest. So I just think a little more has to be paid attention to the amount of vegetation going in here.
If I may, we were required by the planning board and the town that the northern portion of the site, which is that view corridor, remain treeless.
Understood.
So that whole area is there. And then the grass area in front of the area was intended to be a lot of park-like activities and such, but also the view corridors for the condos and such. So we're more than happy to look at trees outside of where we're trying to open up the views to the harbor. That's, as you can tell by the existing building here, that's the biggest problem right now, is that it blocks all the views. We're trying to maintain and create as much view corridors as possible.
Tell me, one of the things I don't understand well is that, and I'd like to hear your explanation. If you look at the existing facility, the wall that goes around the hotel along Elm Street and then along Margin Street, there are probably, I would say, 30 relatively mature, absolutely gorgeous ornamental trees there. They're dogwoods, flowering cherries. And one, I don't see any of those in your plan. And secondly, what happened to them? And I see your new trees. The trees that are there now are anywhere from 10 to 20 feet high, very mature. They're probably, I would say, they're not on your diagrams, all right? They're probably, I would say, 4 to 6 inches in girth at breast height. And they're all gone now. And I'm wondering why that is.
Again, that's the majority of those are in the view corridor.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking if you go around the whole wall going around the hotel, every 10 feet, every 15 feet, there is a very attractive ornamental tree going where you are now with your marker around to the left and around the corner and down.
Around the bend.
Yeah, there are
Down here.
Yeah, there are 30 trees there that are, I think any of us would be just love to have in front of our houses. And I don't see those at all. And they're right up against where the wall is.
Yeah, they're not on this plan, quite frankly. I'm not sure if they were located or if the layer's off.
Well, I think before I would even want to vote on this plan, I would like to see those trees put back in. They're healthy, they're very attractive, they're natural, and I don't see any reason why they should be taken out because they're right where the wall is, John. There's no reason to take them out and replace them.
Well, no, they're actually along here, Eric.
Yeah. And they go around, they go up, John, and around the corner, and then along down Margin Street. There's about 30 of them.
But that's where the building is going, so they wouldn't survive.
They're not gonna.
Where this is going to go.
Why?
I mean, those
if you don't want them to survive, they won't.
Well, no, I mean they won't survive the construction. So
Maybe
they're being replaced with whatever can go in here following construction.
We have 30, I would say 15 to 25 foot tall trees, John, that are mature and very attractive. The trees you're putting in are 3 to 4 inches and probably 6 to 7 feet. All right, and not all of them are ornamental. There's a mixture of other trees there. And the display you're going to have here is nothing like as attractive as it is right now.
So the trees are being proposed are a little bit small, but that is there's a strategy behind that. You know, we know that trees that are transplanted when they are more mature tend to have more transplant shock, and they have a little bit of a harder time, especially in salt and wind environments. And so transplanting trees that are on the younger side does help with their long-term durability and how they start to adapt to the site that they're given.
I think that's pretty good master gardener textbook for small trees, but we're dealing here with professional arborists who should be able, I think, to put in what I would call a normal healthy tree, well taken care of, into a protected site like this. This is not Jerusalem Avenue or Atlantic Avenue overlooking the ocean, and this is not a windy area.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Adam Brodsky. I think the commission is losing sight of the fact that there's very particular zoning for this overlay district. And the town made decisions as to what they wanted to see in this district along the harbor. And they wanted to see the buildings along the street, and they wanted to maximize the amount of open space to facilitate programming. And so this project is designed to comply in all respects with those zoning requirements, which is why the buildings are along the street and why we maximize the open area, including lawn areas. So again, I'm respectfully suggesting that these are conversations that we've had with the planning board, and the Conservation Commission doesn't have general jurisdiction over landscaping. This discussion candidly doesn't relate to any of the wetland resource areas that we're talking about. Coastal bank, buffer zone to coastal bank, land subject to coastal storm flowage, and riverfront area. And this is the purview of the planning board. So we're trying to be very respectful, but the commission is not perhaps understanding the overall project and what's required under zoning.
Could someone pull up MapQuest? I'm looking on my phone on MapQuest, and I understand what Eric is talking about in terms of the trees, but it looks like all the major trees that he's talking about are in fact along the view corridor and not along the Elm Street side of the property. Is that possible for someone to pull up? I think that would answer.
Before you change the drawing, I would just like to say that, you know, you've got some areas here which are already planted, so they're not interfering with your lawn area, but they're planted with small grasses. And there's some real opportunity here to possibly put some more larger vegetation in here. Similarly, you've got the area, you know, directly next to the parking, you know, out here where there's room for more trees. And I understand. I mean, you're trying to preserve views from certain locations, whether it's in a whatever this is, a bookstore, a coffee house, whatever it is. Obviously you've got tenants that you want to preserve for as well. But again, I respectfully suggest that in fact you are in the resource area here, and there is a modification to the resource area, which includes the removal of, albeit ornamental plantings, but the Conservation Commission does have jurisdiction to make suggestions for what goes in place of what is being removed. And in this particular case, there's more than there's many more trees being removed than what's being proposed to be in here, some of which are quite large. And I think that in fact, there is the possibility to put in some more planting without really disrupting, you know, the intention of what's going on here. I mean, I think at the northern end of this property, you know, there's as Jay Pampari had said earlier, you know, there would be the possibility that this whole thing could be grass. Now, could you still have a tent on it? Sure. Could you still have a pop-up on it? Sure. But it could be a vegetated area, which produces less runoff into a storm system, which is going to dump in the harbor than a hard packed surface. So I think that I think there's some validity.
John, can you pull up to Chris's point there about the north side there? There was a diagram up in the front there where you showed the actual view corridor. I think it was in one of your first plans. Yeah, maybe even one further up on previous plan.
With the existing building on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So, what with respect to the view corridor, the green dashed arrows there, that's what we're talking about. Actually, can you go up one more plan? I'm sorry, one more diagram.
The existing conditions.
I think you still have it there. Yes, the existing conditions. So that's the view corridor that we're talking about here. So, you know, I understand that this has gone through various different types of town boards and town meetings and approvals, etc. And everyone seems to be harping on the view corridor, and that's a wonderful thing. The area that's outside of the view corridor, in that little area there, yeah, there's a very large tree there. And, you know, when Mr. Brodsky was talking earlier about, you know, trees not being within our jurisdiction, there's one tree that's sitting right there that's probably about 8 feet from the edge of the actual resource area itself, the harbor. And as I understand, that's proposed to be coming down. Now, that tree in particular, in my view, as you see there, it's completely outside of the view corridor that's listed there. So I see no reason why that tree that's been there for tens of years needs to be removed, because it's the first thing you see coming around the corner from Atlantic Ave on the other side, or whether it's Margin Street. Coming around on the other side, not coming from downtown, but coming from, I guess, from the north. The first thing you see is that tree, and it's outside the view corridor. So when we talk about like hardscape and keeping the landscape, I see no reason why that tree has to be removed.
Well, one reason why it does have to get removed under this design is that we're trying to create this harbor walk at an accessible slope. And so it results in lowering this grade and also trying to tie that harbor walk into a sidewalk that's running down on the northerly side of the property. So this whole grade comes down.
I know that grade comes down, but couldn't there be a little, like a half wall there, a 3-foot wall along the edge, at the edge of the actual 10-foot walkway that contours up or keeps the same contour level to keep that tree in existence?
So if I may, the green lines are the view corridor that was adopted by the town at town meeting 2 years ago. Unfortunately, through the last 10 months of planning board hearings, they have adopted the northern section of that, as the entire thing is now their view corridor. So we're actually in the process of finalizing decisions with them. And I'm quite certain, Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm quite certain one of the conditions is that there's no trees in that entire area. So they've taken the view corridor and they've expanded it all the way up to the corner of Margin and Stockbridge Street. So we agree with you 100% in terms of, you know, trying to keep what's there. But unfortunately, we have another board that's already making a decision that says we can't do this.
Are they aware of that tree being there?
They've been on site numerous times, yes.
Yeah, it's always been on our plan.
Yeah, but I mean, have they ever considered the possibility that you limit up and actually see under it, which is what most people would do?
I'm more than happy to go back and have this conversation with them.
Well,
But it's also January of 2021, and we've gotten a vaccine before we've gotten this project done.
Yeah, I
So,
know. Can you tell me, yeah, who is the board? Yeah, who is the board member or the people who are so adamant about getting rid of that tree? You describe their position?
they want this entire area to be open to the harbor.
Yeah, who is they?
The planning board, the 5 members of the planning board that are giving us hopefully a decision next week on this.
Yeah, I think we have to have a discussion with them then concerning the tree.
So the plans that you show them, do they currently have the 2 pine trees that are shown on the landscape plan, or do they not?
Yes, they do.
Can I just add something? This is Mark Clupp for the landscape architect.
Yeah.
It's hard to follow you guys because I can't see the plans that you're pointing to. But to the point of limbing up the trees and looking through them, that's where we started this project. That we really wanted to have, a view corridor is fine, but it's also possible to frame a view with trees, especially large scale trees. So that's something that we have talked to them about. We have also heard that what we originally proposed as a harbor walk, which is what they had asked for, which I believe is 10 feet, they said was too narrow and needed to be wider. So on the comment of, it'd be nice to have more grass, we agree. We started exactly in the same place, but we didn't end up there. On the issue of the buffer between the planting and the sort of green lawn space, we agree that it would be nice to have trees there, and that's exactly what we showed in the first case. And they wanted to have nothing. And we thought, well, that's not really going to work because you're sitting on the lawn and looking at the front end of these cars that are parked in the parking lot. So we proposed something that was in between, which is saying why we're planting grasses along that zone, because we've been specifically asked to change those exact issues. And I think that a lot of the mature trees that are existing currently are within the building footprint and really close to, adjacent to where the building construction is going to happen. So having enough margin around where that construction is actually happening is going to be difficult. And just thinking about where sidewalk following the road is going to be and things like that are also impacting what we can keep and what we can't keep. So I just wanted to add those things, not exactly knowing which one you're pointing to. I did want to bring those to your attention as well. It's sort of following on what George is just describing.
Let me ask you a question. This is Eric Eisenhower. Was it the desire of the planning board that on the walk area and the grass inside of that, there be no shade whatsoever? Because on hot summer days, that's going to be a very, very unpleasant place to be, even though the people are walking on it. Normally, when you design this, you'd have a number of large shade trees there that ran along the walkway, so people could get out of the hot summer sun and all that. It's a natural for any design component. I assume the planning board doesn't want to have that?
I can't speak for the planning board, Eric, but I have to tell you that they've been very clear that they want it open. Like they have just been systematically removing vegetation from our plans, because it's also a really great place to have a nice specimen tree. To think about like where those view corridors are, put something in a margin of it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
It sounds like our planning board is our worst enemy in that respect, because normally you'd want to have some shade in an area like that, for it to be comfortable and to be attractive to people. But.
Yeah. Yep. Couldn't agree.
Proposed along this walk?
Is the view corridor also considered where the parking lot is? I mean, it's not marked, but where you put in what looks like shrubs, but you said the planning board asked you to reduce them. Is that the same thing?
Yes.
Yeah, we had sort of understory trees in that area.
Yeah.
So lower scale trees.
You don't want larger trees there?
Not wanted.
They're not wanted.
Correct. For whatever reason, they wanted this to be sort of more open. We heard that
We need
clearly.
to speak with them.
I
Because
think
all
so.
you can see from there is the back of the memorial, which isn't a very nice thing to look at. A couple transformers to the back of the
I just think
memorial.
when I look at this, like I would be walking through here and on fire under a sunny day. There is no protection for anyone to cower under a tree or
Not a very attractive
enjoy
place
a
to be.
music performance. I mean, you have all this decking up toward the top of the top by the retail. You have the nice tables, but then it goes out into, it looks like the pavers before the harbor walk. There's nothing. It's just, it's cold. It seems like a very cold plan right now, particularly along the harbor walk. And if you want to make it more attractive, I think we need to defend this better.
John, is there lighting along the harbor walk?
There is a condition that there will be some lighting, and it has to be a certain knee height, so there won't be pole mounted light.
I'm sorry. Who says it has to be a certain height?
The plan, it'll be a condition I believe that's a draft condition in the planning board decision.
Do you know what side of the path you're leaning towards putting that lighting?
No, I don't.
I think it's very clear that one of the issues that we're grappling with here is there's been some obviously lengthy and significant discussions with the planning board, and they have their own rules and things to follow, etc. And now here we're at the second hearing of conservation, and conservation has our own separate interests that we're trying to protect here. And with respect to trees and the 50-foot buffer, etc. And I can understand the applicant obviously has been following with the guidelines of and wanting to move it along with planning. And now here we have comments from conservation to saying, you know, put some of the stuff back in. So I can certainly understand the situation that you're in.
So, Mr. Papari, I just want to remind the commission that you have the ability to regulate vegetation in the buffer zone if the alteration of that vegetation is going to alter the resource area. And I just remind you that the resource area is coastal bank and land subject to coastal storm flowage. You're talking about landscaping design, and I know that there are several talented people on this commission who are expert in landscape design. But we've just spent 20 minutes talking about something that's entirely outside of your jurisdiction. Sunburn, shade, things of that are real world concerns for landscape design. And I'm not trying to diminish it, but you're losing track of your jurisdiction here because none of this is going to have an adverse effect on either the coastal bank or on land subject to coastal storm flowage. And so that's why the planning board has primacy in this area and not the Conservation Commission. And so we're very respectful of your expertise. I mean, you've got landscape architects and other professionals on the commission, but that's the purview of the planning board and not the commission. We don't see it as a conflict. And so forgive me for being so wordy. I'm going to have to leave the meeting. Surely I have to be in another meeting at 9:30, but I just wanted to make that clear.
So do you feel that the harbor is not a resource area? The harbor itself?
The harbor is land under water. We're not proposing any alteration of land underwater. In fact, we're not proposing any alteration to coastal bank other than, as John said, we're removing some decorative stone on top of a small portion of the seawall, but there's no alteration of bank. There is work within buffer zone to coastal resource areas, but again, your jurisdiction extends to work which may alter the affected resource areas, and there's no effect to either the coastal bank or to land underwater.
Well, I would just, for the record, our jurisdiction is our interest or protection of our 50 and 100-foot buffer zone to the resource area, and the harbor being a resource area. So I'll leave it at that. Similar to how we have protected other interest in every other project in this entire town, we look at the 50 and 100-foot buffer zones. That's what we're trying to do here. So again, as far as details go, I agree with you a little bit about sunburn protection, etc. I'm trying to get into the details of this, and my specific concerns, which I'd outlined earlier, are recommendations to change some of the hardscape to landscape, which is area literally 10 feet off of the edge of the coastal bank, resource area, whatever you want to call it. So those are some of my concerns that I pointed out earlier, is trying to make some of the hardscape landscape. And that's this little brown shaded area in front of the deck. And then along with the existing large mature tree is on the northern side of the property that is outlined on our plan is outside of the corridor. So those are some of my concerns and general comments.
Jay, I think we all share those concerns, but it appears that we need to have a discussion with the planning committee, because they're the ones that input the requirements that we would like to, we have some problems with in terms of the buffer zones, the 50 and the 100-foot, Jay. I don't think it's the developers themselves.
Why don't we
So if I could suggest something, just in the light of time and experiencing, I'd like Adam to stay on this call, but we are going back to the planning board next Wednesday. We can take a crack. We'd like to move this along as fast as we can, quite frankly, because of the myriad of permits that we have still in front of us. So I understand, we've heard the commission's concerns this evening, loud and clear. And I think there is some, I'm hopeful, some flexibility. We're talking on the fly here. We don't have the opportunity to collaborate. But I think there's certainly some opportunities here to try to meet some middle ground, as long as we can stay focused on sort of a checklist that we can address in a timely manner and get back in front of this commission with hopefully a conditional close in the near future.
John, when is the next planning board meeting?
Next Wednesday.
Okay. I think it would be, we certainly don't want to violate any open meeting laws, etc. But I don't think, it might be prudent of our chair to attend and or provide a comment from the general public on behalf of the commission, but be a public comment that's introduced into the record for the planning board based on our discussion tonight. Something to that effect.
As John mentioned, we're very happy to take up, if you want to create a list of items that you'd like us to take up next week with the planning board. I do want to say one thing about, though, some of the hardscape areas. Certainly, we've tried to maximize the amount of green space here, but not only the planning board, but the harbor committee and the rest of the town is very interested in activating as much of this space as possible. So that's why you see, I think, the hardscape in front of what would be the retail space, so that if there are some kiosks that can go there, or if their coastal research comes down and they put up some booths and things there. Yes, I understand it could go on grass, but it also could go on the hardscape. So I think out of the whole 20,000 square feet, the majority of it is green space. If, for example, that top northern corner, you really felt important to be green space, I think that's not a big issue. I think the planning board would have a concern about removing that space in front of the retail. As an aside, that retail space, of course, we don't know who's going to be going in there, but we're hoping to have some kind of, if anyone's been to the Lucky Finns, both in Situate, but moreover in the Hanover, Assiniboine Mall. So a very active space for people can not only just grab coffee, lunch, but also have meetings within there, and they have very small meeting, like 1 and 2 person meeting spaces. So the idea is to make this whole park area as active as possible for as many different people as possible in the town.
But the retail is on the I won't call it the second level, but it's a half level up, correct?
Correct.
There's nothing at the boardwalk level.
That's correct.
Correct.
Right.
But we've talked about having seasonal kiosks there that could go right below that, in that area, in the hard pan area there. For example, we've talked to a number of downtown merchants who would love to have small kiosks out here during the 3 seasons that we can, in order to attract people back into downtown. There's a whole, obviously, as everyone knows, there's a whole Elm Street corridor group that's now meeting to try to bring this to the downtown and the downtown to us. So that's some of the conversations that have gone into why we've done what we've done here. This, believe me, trust me, and you can look at the invoices. This is not the first rendition of this park. It's rendition number 26, I think. So, but more than happy to take your comments over to the planning board.
Okay.
John, before we move ahead, you mentioned a modification at 87 Elm Street.
Yes.
Could we look at that, please?
Sure. So in light of the discussion that we're having right now, we sort of heard that same sentiment in this back parking area where we had crushed stone up to the granite blocks. So what we did was to keep the parking accessible. We have this one space that's no parking, it's loading. So it's a little bit easier to, I guess, crimp to some degree with more vegetation. So what we did is we eliminated this corner of crushed stone and brought a vegetated edge along the back side of this.
Do you have an image of that overlaid with the current condition?
I can get that. Let's see. This is where we try to have all these very busy plans. This is probably the best image that I have. So this is where the existing edge of pavement falls along here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. This is where we're proposing an extension of the crushed stone. And so these are where the existing granite blocks are. And so we would essentially keep this corner vegetated where the existing blocks are, and then run vegetation along where push the blocks back along the top of the Gabion slope, and then put some vegetation in along this end.
And John, I thought I saw a diagram there where there would be excavation of about 1 foot of material and with maybe some bank run gravel or some other gravel material underneath.
Right.
There's
Yeah, so there'd be a base course of bank run gravel for drainage, and then a wearing course, just 2 inches of crushed stone on top of that.
just compact.
So this is all pervious.
Yeah. And then on the right side of that, where you bring the edge of pavement up there, we'd kind of talked about that at the site visit as well, where the edge of pavement almost runs right to the existing edge of the property now. Yeah.
Right.
How far are you bringing that back? Looks like about 18 or 20 feet or so. You're proposing to cut that back.
That's about what it is. It ranges 10 feet to, well, this is about 20 feet here. So this gets vegetated with a more robust, so there's no plan for lawn here. This will all be vegetated in here.
Do you know what the reduction in impervious material surface is in that area? Because it looks like there is a reduction.
Yeah, I mean, the overall site, we're reducing impervious by about 5,000 feet across the properties. So that's why we can reduce runoff, increase treatment. We're taking out, I think, upwards of almost 30,000 square feet of pavement off of these properties. So it's a 5,000 foot reduction in total impervious, 28,000 reduction in pavement.
And John, what's underneath the deck there? This is a landscape overview, but the decking there, what?
There's parking.
That's the underground parking?
Yeah, this is the foundation.
So that's an impervious surface.
Correct. Yeah. So this too is still going back to the guidelines. the whole point of this Harbor Village overlay is to put dense, large buildings in, so we have the ability to go up to 80% structural coverage, and we're well below that. We're at 60% on these sites, so much less.
John, you said it's gonna have a crushed stone on the, as the top of the parking area?
Yes.
Is that considered accessible?
Yes. Accessible?
Yes.
No, we have the accessible space is actually inside the building.
For the businesses?
Yes. Yeah, you're not required to have an accessible space for residential. We have an accessible space. We have 2 on the other side of the street and 1 on this side.
John, where is the entrance to the parking off of Elm Street?
On 87 or
Yeah.
124?
87.
87 is they're both matching the existing curb cuts that exist today.
Okay.
So the 87 will go along the existing driveway opening.
Yeah, yeah.
And same with 124, and we're closing 3 other openings along Elm Street and Margin Street.
Okay.
I'm still concerned about the elevation of this covered parking garage at 87. I'd point out that the town wisely elevated the position of the sewer plant to a little over 9 feet. And here you are at 3-4 feet, something like that. It just looks like an invitation to put this thing under 5 or 6 feet of water under certain circumstances.
So this has never had a history of being under 5 or 6 feet of water. This is regulated by.
We came within about a foot of over, right where your cursor is now. If you move a little bit south with that, south, you're going north. Or maybe you're not running it, John.
Yeah, I am actually. Where would you like it?
South, down. That's going north.
So this is the drainage structure that comes through.
I want to talk about right where it says border on the lower right. That's about 10 feet where it says border. All right, and that's the only thing that prevented the flooded road, flooded Margin Street on again back to March 3rd, 2018. That's the only thing that prevented overflow into James Brook. And it was it was within about a foot of that. No, believe me, it was Border Street or Margin Street was flooded within a few feet of the R there. And had that been another 6 or 8 or maybe 12 inches higher, it would have flowed down Margin Street right into James Brook. And your garage would have been under 5 or 6 feet of water, at least. The town, like I say, it was wise enough to build the sewer plant at 9 feet. You've got something here that's going to be, is a potential problem for you, and maybe the town too.
Well, this structure will be completely flood compliant. So it's designed for an elevation of a 9-foot flood. That's what it's designed for.
But the parking spaces are below 9 feet.
That's right. I mean, this parking all across, these parking spaces are below 9 feet that exist today.
And aren't they all?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all of the existing. This has been a valet lot for at least 50 years, and it's been at the same elevation.
It's like that should be corrected. If you're, I mean, you should be looking
well,
at
we can't really correct that to bring it up to that type of elevation. You'd be at dramatic walls and filling in, and just not feasible. So for the amount of times that will happen,
we don't know how often it'll happen.
Well, of course we don't, but
FEMA thinks that
it hasn't happened.
FEMA thinks it'll happen. There's a 1% chance of it happening every year. That's what a 100-year flood means. It doesn't mean there's a flood every 100 years. It means that every year there's a 1% chance that there's going to be a flood.
I understand, which is why we're required to design these buildings so that they can withstand a flood, allow it to come in and exit. So there's no habitable space.
What if somebody's in the garage when that happens? I mean, what?
So if I can If I can
Or there's
interject,
vehicles there, I mean, there's gonna be, it's gonna be it just seems short-sighted to be building so close to so close to the coast and so close to a potential flood that it just doesn't make any sense to me.
if I may, we did anticipate something happening, and we have an emergency plan with St. Anthony's Church, as well as some other locations, for someone to move their car for the 3 to 4 or 5 hours, that you might have this tidal incident that you're referencing.
Yeah, it's more than a title issue. I mean, there are a number of things that could happen. Tidal is one of them, and it certainly would be the predictable one. The storm surge is something else that is predictable, not as far in advance as a tidal event. If it happens in February and there's snow on the ground and it suddenly turns warm and there's an inch of rain, I mean, there's a lot of things that can go wrong here. And it seems like you guys are assuming that nothing's going to go wrong.
Excuse me, sir.
That's not the case at all.
That's not true at all.
That's not the case at all. I guess
It's the
I'm not being clear. Right now, there are 2 buildings on site that are non-flood compliant, as is the building across the street, where these buildings are being designed to be flood compliant under the current code. You can have parking below the base flood elevation. That's allowed in the building code. There is no habitable space or utilities that will be located below the base flood. The base flood on this side is 9. The base flood on the other side is 10, goes up to 11. So all of these buildings, all the habitable space will be constructed above, 1 foot above the base flood elevation on both sides. So there is, of course, we understand there's a chance because we respect the fact that this is in a flood zone. So we're required to design these buildings so that they can withstand that. But it's not a daily occurrence, and it's not something that's not allowed under the code. So, and as George mentioned, there is an emergency plan to evacuate the vehicles that will be parked within harm's way, potentially, and those will be located off-site.
John, can I ask a question just since we're talking parking in James Brook? James Brook is diverted underneath the public and shared private parking over on the flip side of Elm Street. And I'm assuming it's going through a culvert. Given it's not, it's no longer going to be used as a hotel or for, temporary parking purposes, and it's going to be permanent parking. Is there any assessment on the impact on the culvert with the parking, or is there any concerns about that with increased regular use of that spot, with any impact on potential runoff or the culvert itself?
It's designed to withstand what's there today, and we're adding 3 spaces, but we're actually taking away some spaces on the other side. So the performance of this is essentially staying the same as what it is today. We're not changing the elevation, we're not changing the intensity.
Mm-hmm. But has it been assessed at all, just for the integrity is more my question, culvert itself?
So there's no change. So
yeah, no, I get that.
So John, you're proposing you're going to strip up the 3 or 4 inches of pavement with fresh asphalt, rough coat and clear coat of asphalt on top of it?
This will be redealt with accordingly. I mean, we have to talk to the town about clearing up the easement, but half of this is on their side, half of it's on our side. But yeah, this will be rehabilitated in its existing condition.
I'd like to just back up for 1 second. I don't think that Mr. Bell in any way suggested that you were violating any codes or such. It seems that the applicant took offense to what he was saying in line to some sort of legality or code issue. And I don't think that was the case at all. I think what he was suggesting was that we do live in a time where the idea of sea level rise is a fact of life, and that at some point in our lifetime, we will probably see this flood, and the fact that you have a management plan is a good thing. On the other hand, it does concern me, although you have pulled it back a little from the edge. It is concerning that parking is being extended out into what currently exists as a buffer. And in theory, the use of gravel as a parking area, it suggests that the water is going to infiltrate the same way it does on vegetated surface. I think we've all seen proof that that's not necessarily the case. I think that buffer is absolutely a kind of a minimum of what it should be. You've got a lot of water going down that what's currently an open parking area and dumping right into the brook. Buffer area is doing something at this point. You're covering a lot of the parking. You're picking up, I assume you're picking up the water that's going down the entry drive. I don't know that for sure, which is going to minimize to some degree the amount of water that is flushing over that open parking area. But it is concerning that that very small buffer is getting whittled away at.
Well, I think the counter to that is the tremendous improvement that we're providing by removing all of that uncovered parking area that contributes pollutants to James Brook directly right now. Even though there is a small strip of overgrowth at the end, there's a very large swath of untreated runoff that passes through that today and has been for years. So the whole goal here is to introduce a pervious strip which extends all the way up to the building, quite frankly. But we're eliminating all of that pavement that right now drains untreated right to James Brook, and so that's really the benefit. So this gravel parking and the increased vegetated edge just adds more treatment to what we're doing by actually putting a roof over the parking area.
Would you consider making that a truly structured pervious parking area as opposed to a gravel lot which eventually silts in and compacts to be impervious?
Well, it won't be impervious. It'll never be impervious. It's less pervious than lawn. But are you asking, would we consider putting a roof over that?
No, I'd consider making it some sort of a structured impervious parking. So, whether you have a structural grid in there or something that keeps it from compacting more quickly.
So you mean like a pervious paver type material?
Well, it could either be a pervious paver, a porous paver,
yeah,
with an actual with more of a drainage bed underneath it, or it could have some kind of a geogrid in there that keeps the stone from ever actually compacting down.
Yeah, I think that similar to what we talked about earlier in terms of looking at some of these areas and coming up with some modifications that basically allow us to maintain the use of the property in accordance with the bylaw. But yes, I think that's a reasonable thing that could be explored.
Tag on to that. I was just looking at the bylaw, and it does require 200 feet from a buffer, 200 feet from a river, and it just in the James Brook is.
This is a redevelopment project of a property that's already been developed. So.
Right, but I also see that. To me, it looks like the wetlands is trying to restore itself in that area while over time and has been trying to push into it. So I do feel like there should be more efforts to continue to restore it in that area. And
That's what we're doing by removing all this pavement and revegetating this.
But that's not next to the James Brook per se, right there. There's a house in between that. So over lower down, that's where it seems like there's the grass.
It's all overgrowth with the granite blocks. So,
John, is there any thought to adding more shrubbery or greenage as opposed to maybe a landscape lawn mix there between the gravel and the granite blocks? It looks like you brought it back. I don't know whether it's 3, 4.
yeah, I'm just trying to be practical with this as well. Certainly in this area, we could add some more vegetation to the triangle, but I want things to survive as well. And
can you eliminate that one spot, that one parking space at the bottom triangle?
we can't eliminate any of the parking. We're up against it. We don't have excess parking anywhere. So we're right up. That's why we've designed this to be as minimal as possible. And this is a loading space, so it won't be as frequently used. It'll be signed, no parking, loading. But we've made every effort to vegetate this to the highest extent practical, and we're happy that there is one area in here that we can look at.
Would that be the loading space, right where your cursor was? That instead?
Yeah, we can look at this. We're just again trying to be mindful of functionality. Maybe reduce this and add some more vegetation here.
No.
And look at the geogrid. But again, we're in a tight space.
It is a tight space. I mean, there's no requirement for handicap. I guess, are you saying?
There is requirements for handicap, and we have one in the building, one in this building, and one outside, and we meet that and exceed that.
Over on 87 Elm, are you required to have this shipping loading dock?
No.
John, is it safe to say that the shipping loading dock would get minimal?
There's no shipping or loading dock, just to be clear. There's a space, a temporary loading space. There's no loading dock.
Okay. So a loading space would be potentially the least amount would get the least amount of usage?
Exactly. So we've cited that at the end here.
Yeah. So, I look at this overall on this side here, and what you have now is it's an existing pavement, as John alluded to, and with pollutants running off. I mean, if this were virgin material, I think it's safe to say the commission would never allow an asphalt pavement of that nature to be placed so close to the James Brook or any resource area for that matter. But it's existing pavement. Pollutants are running off as we speak. Every time it rains, water flows over. The question I argue with in my mind is it better at the end of the day by having a minimal encroachment into the 50-foot buffer zone as a result of the project as to what's there today? And I think with Chris's recommendation that there could be some improvement there that would further delay or prohibit any pollutants at all from entering James Brook, and maybe a little bit more green space in that area that John alluded to, that little triangle area. I think it could probably work.
John, can you go back to your plan, please, and just tell us where the roofs are? Show us where the roofs are draining at 87.
Where the roofs are drained, the roofs will drain around the sides and the perim on both sides.
So there's no gutters. It's just gonna sheet off the roof.
No, there will be gutters.
And are there downspouts?
Yep, I believe so.
And do they daylight?
Yes.
So it's just overland flow.
Overland into the landscaped areas, yes.
Okay. And is there any sort of a drain where the entrance comes into the parking area?
There will be a need to berm this up as it is slightly today, but this will get bermed to reduce flow from coming in there probably honestly will be a trench drain system, probably right at the entrance and then at the exit.
There will.
Looks like the gradient from Elm Street is definitely gonna, unless you do a berm there, it's gonna go right down that driveway.
There is a slight edge, but this will have to get graded. We want to keep the runoff staying in the street and getting into the street drainage.
So everything from the roof is gonna drain more or less straight into James Brook.
It'll go into the ground, yeah. It's clean roof runoff, as opposed to pavement, which is polluted.
Do you ever expect anybody to be plowing down below on that lower parking level?
It won't be plowed, I don't expect. I believe it'll most likely be moved with small snow throwing equipment.
Probably people will put down some kind of ice pollutant on there, so I'd want to look out for that. Nicer.
De-icing. Okay.
So, John, I don't see any comments from outside folks. It sounds as if there's a conversation that we would like to have with, or at least a series of questions that we would like to talk to the planning board about. And maybe it's best if we kind of gather the commission's thoughts on this and put it in writing and get it back to you. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, we were hoping honestly to get a conditional approval. You understand that we're under the gun for many other permits down the road, and this is a link to continue that. So anything we can do to expedite.
But our permit doesn't hold up your other permits, correct?
Well, in a sense, the Chapter 91 wants to have that order of conditions, and it ties into the MIPA. So.
But the Chapter 91 also wants kind of final plans too, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But actually, the 91 plans that we've already begun, they don't get into the level of detail that the planning board will get into.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So.
Okay.
John, at the last hearing, I had talked about concrete washout areas as far as being identified on the plan. Has that been addressed at all? I know it might be a moving target a little bit, but as far as
I think what we'd probably supplement our construction protocol, which is part of the stormwater permit. We have a construction period, stormwater operation and construction sequencing, and a long-term pollution prevention, but we can certainly include that in and have it as a condition that it's an off-site activity.
yeah, well, so when you say off-site, where there's a limit.
Well, outside of the resource area, outside of the
okay.
100-foot buffer zone.
All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Fine. That's what I was alluding to. I didn't want the washout area to be, over the embankment into the.
No, of course not. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
If I may make a little pleading speech to the commission, we've been at this for over 2 years. We waited until the town voted for the rezoning. Then we waited for the harbor committee to do the master plan. And then we spent 8 or 9 months working with our professionals to put together what we think is a great plan for the town. A couple of things that you guys might not be aware of is that the actual size of the buildings that we're doing is about 3/4 what we're allowed to do. So we're putting a project on these sites that is 75% of what could be there. So there could be a lot more space than anything else. We're creating this public park that's over 20,000 square feet, when in fact, Chapter 91 only requires 10 feet from the waterway. We have gotten unconditional support from all the abutters. One of the reasons you don't see anybody on the attendee list jumping up and down is because we've reached out over the last 2 years to the town and to all the abutters to ensure that what we're putting together makes sense for the town. Ted and I are residents of the town, longtime residents. We live within a 1/4 mile of this site. We're going to see it every day for the rest of our lives. We've been working very hard at getting this done. We're not asking you to do anything outside of what you would normally do, but I just hope that you take into consideration the entirety of this project and what it can do for the town, what it can open up, because we don't have an unlimited time. We don't have an unlimited budget. We've obviously been getting crushed by COVID on the businesses. And so we're at a point now where there's not a long runway ahead of us to continue down the path. So anything this board can do to help us move it along would really be helpful, because the worst thing that could happen is nothing, and that we're stuck looking at the hotel for the next 50 years. So I appreciate everything you guys can do, and I appreciate everything you guys have done, obviously.
Great.
I'd like us to talk to planning before we make any more discussions.
Yeah, I think what we need to do now is to continue this hearing for 2 weeks. Jeff, what's the date for that?
It's February 4th.
Okay, so is that acceptable, February 4th?
Yes.
Okay,
That's, if we can't close tonight, then we want to get back in front of you as soon as possible.
okay. So we're going to continue this hearing until February the 4th. We'll put together a kind of a summary of what we've spoken about and what the concerns are. We'll talk to planning, and we'll get you back on the docket right away.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. Do we still have our Mr. Tarani is still here, thank goodness.
Atlantic Avenue.
Don't worry, it's only 8:15. It says so on the agenda.
Yeah.
Let me read into the record the notice of public hearing. This is for 191 Atlantic Avenue in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, Cohasset Wetland Bylaws, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaws. The Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, January 21st, 2021, beginning at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on the Zoom platform from applicant Raymond Iranian for RDA 21-01 to drill an in-ground irrigation well to service property at 191 Atlantic Avenue. Ray, may we call you Ray, or do you prefer Raymond? Or Mr. Taranian?
He's muted.
There he goes.
You here?
Yeah, okay.
Don't want to say it incorrectly.
Okay, my name is Ray Taranian. This evening I'm here to request for determination of applicability for the irrigation well for 191 Atlantic Avenue. We do have a town water, but because of the size of the property, we would like to put the irrigation system. Client wanted. There is a 50% of the chance we will be successful. As many of you know, I live in 132 Atlantic Avenue. In 1999, when I started to build our house, we did put irrigation well, and we were successful. We did it for our neighbor, 130 Atlantic Avenue, and we were successful because of the presence of the rock. But there is a 50% of the chance in this area can be successful. I recommend to the client to do it, and we are going to try. That's the reason we are in front of you today.
Jeff, can you bring up the plan for this, please?
Yep.
Mr. Tarani, can you please explain for us, besides for the location of the well, which is shown quite clearly on your plan, is this a in-well pump?
Yes, that's correct. It would be. It is it would be a submersible pump. That's correct.
And will the electricity come from the garage or the garage extension?
That's correct. So it will be. We will put the pump and everything in the garage. That's correct.
And then if you have an irrigation system, there would be a time clock and such in the garage, and then that would feed out to the entire property?
That's correct. Yeah, we will have just a control in the garage for the entire property.
So Jeff, the question is there any permit required for them to put in an irrigation system beyond the well itself?
I think from what I understand, they have to go to Board of Health has to approve it.
Yeah, but I mean inside the resource area.
Oh, no. So I just wanted to point out here though, that if you guys can see the site plan,
Yeah.
This was the top of coastal bank. This here's the 50-foot buffer to that. And then this is the wetland area that's behind 183 Atlantic and the 50-foot buffer to that. So this is the location of the proposed well. So it's outside the 50, but within the 100. So
It's confusing because I didn't see a garage when I was on the property. Seems the plan is not up to date. Is that correct?
oh yeah, I mean, even the house wall, that's being rebuilt too. Yeah, I don't know, maybe Ray can explain this, but I know that they were going to build this out.
Yeah, we already, just a file. Originally, we filed for the notice of intent for expanding a garage and rebuilding a existing house. That's what we are in the process we're doing. And as you can see, just the well is outside of, just a buffer zone, the one we're proposing. And that's the place the rock is. And it's the best place, to drill the well in this area. It's in the rock. And I did a, well in Nichols Road. I did a well in Atlantic Avenue, 130 and 132. And we went about 350 feet down. It goes right through the rock, and then we have aquifer.
So, Mr. Tarani, what Marion Weatherall asked was, is the existing garage still there?
No. We knocked it down. We are rebuilding it. We left the foundation, existing foundation is there, but we add to it because the way the garage was graded, and by blasting it, the rock we showed, when we filed the notice of intent, and it does make sense to take just a garage down and rebuild it because we have to connect the foundation. In order to do that, we have to remove the most of the foundation. Not the most of them, we have to take it out. And the garage floor as well, because the gas line and utilities was going underneath the garage, and we didn't want to do that anymore.
Mr. Tarani, you mentioned that you had done a previous well at 130 Atlantic, and you went down to 350 feet before.
That's correct.
Aquifer. How deep do you would feel you're gonna have to go in order to have a successful well here, and what are you looking at? 10 gallons a minute? What's your success rate?
Well, it's actually, it was varies. The one in 132, we have tremendous amount of the water. In 130, we have about 50 gallons per minute for, yeah, just, but in 132, we have about, I would say 75 gallons per minute.
75
A lot of
gallons a
water,
minute.
a lot of water.
Yeah. So what
Varies.
what are you actually shooting for optimum gallons per minute?
I would say anything above around 10 is fine. Anything around 10 is fine. But the most important thing is the contamination of the water. Since you are so close to the ocean, and the rock, based on my study of the rock formation in that area, is really 50% of the chances you can get it out.
Yeah.
It's not more than that.
No, maybe you'll suck up some of the water of your neighbor's front lawn.
No, we gotta go through the rock. It's all rock.
I know.
Yeah, it's all rock. There is no.
Well, you're gonna hit rock at about 6 inches over there anyway, if it's not already exposed.
Well, yeah, we gotta start from the rock, and you will see it. We gotta go through the rock. Just I just bought wells. I went in Nichols Road. We went through the rock. 275. Nothing. It's just rock.
Okay.
This area.
How many feet will you actually find refusal or give up at how depth? What is your depth of?
Probably we would go to 450. After that one, probably we say goodbye.
Okay.
You're willing to go to 450 feet?
Mm-hmm.
You'll find water.
Yeah, but they just I will say, based on my experience, we will anywhere between 300 to 400 we should get the water. But you are going to go to 450, and after that one, you say goodbye.
Yeah, well, the problem you encounter as well is when you go above 350 feet, your pump size increases, and you're not going to get away with that little 1/2 horsepower submersible pump at 350 feet. So
that's correct. That's correct.
Every time, the deeper you go, the bigger your pump gets.
That's correct. Yeah. Well, sometimes just when you put a pump, to 300, for example, 50, but after you can see it, the minute the water level actually is going to come to 70 feet. In fact, the minute you hit the water, the pressure of the water coming up the well is come to 70 feet. We've seen that. I've seen that one a lot.
Yeah, the groundwater table over there is probably about 10 or 12 feet at best.
That I cannot tell, but I will tell you, definitely I will inform you what I found.
Are you doing the drilling yourself, Mr. Tahir?
No. We have to, hire the, certified driller.
Okay.
So maybe if you checked with your neighbors, because some of your neighbors have wells, Mr. Tranian.
No, I did not.
Yeah, because the one at the bottom of the hill on the left, the big house, he did his very quick. He didn't go down very far. All right. I think he went down around 80 feet and he found great water. So good luck to you.
Well, I think everywhere there is rock. Atlantic Avenue. 191 has a lot of rock, I'm sure, but I think we're going to go a lot, further than 80 feet.
Mr. Tranian, I have a couple of questions about your well and your irrigation system. My first question is, do you plan to put a fertilizer injector in your irrigation system?
No.
Okay. And really the second one is, I'm sure your driller must have a plan for how they're going to handle their drilling fluids. Is that something that you have thought about? And I don't know whether our Department of Health asked this question or not, but how are you going to dispose of your fluids and your cuttings?
No, there is no fluid. The only fluid they have is just the water. They have a tank of the water. They bring it, and that's all. There is no other fluid.
Well,
to cooling the the head.
I'm pretty sure those guys are going to put drilling fluids in there, like polymer or perhaps mud. I've never seen a drill that hasn't had one.
Yeah, but definitely we would, again, for almost safety, with the client safety, I would tell them they cannot use anything except water to cooling their beds. That's what they're using. Actually, there are drillers use. I don't know about the other drillers.
Tom, are you referring to a spill kit, which contains hazardous material spills? Like you can require that.
Yeah, no, we are not using any hazardous space with drilling. Just the water. Just the water.
Well, typically around a drill rig, you're concerned about things like leaking fuel from the drill rig, leaking oil. They always drill with chemicals. Nobody drills with straight water. They're going to add foaming agents. They're going to add a lot of stuff to make sure that those cuttings come back out of the hole. The deeper they drill, the more drilling fluid they're going to use, the more additives they're going to put in their drilling fluid. That's just the way it works.
Well, I've done so many wells, but I never see any chemical they're using for drilling. I mean, this driller I use, just to bring it, just they have a water tank, and just that's all they use with a diamond head. The other drillers they do, but the one that I use is just all it does is just the water. No any other chemical.
We can make that a condition of the permit if we decided to give them one.
That's fine.
Jeff, can you bring the drawing back up?
Definitely be conditions to specify a spill kit. Marianne was right on the money there with that.
Okay.
And there should be at least a list of the materials that they're going to use. If they're really actually are going to drill with just straight water, that's fine. We should know that. The driller should be able to supply that, I would think. They should specify the methods they're using and what additives they might have on hand that they would have to use and how they're going to deal with the water that comes out of the well. They're also going to develop the well when it's done to blow out all the excess cuttings and stuff, and they have to have a plan for what they're going to do with that water that they develop for. They could develop, depending on how deep the well is and how good the zone is, they could develop for a day or two, or just an hour or two. It really will depend on the well. So they can make a lot of water between the time they stop drilling and they just start pushing air down that hole, or more water. And that's all got to go somewhere.
Tim, to your best of your knowledge, is there a lot of fracking done?
Yes.
Because I know Holly Hill Farms did their, they had to do a lot of fracking on their well, and that was a very painful operation.
Well, no, just, if the well sometimes, is clogged, during the, just the drilling, based on your study you do, and you find out, oh, okay, if we frack it, we can, clear all these side of the well, and they come and frack it, and that's just done by water, pressurized water, and then your well will be alive. Yeah, I've done that one before.
Complicated.
I just have some questions I just wanted to go over on this plan. Like, why did you choose the location here for that well?
Close to the garage.
From research I did, most people place wells at the lowest point of the land.
No, because we would like to first of all drill to the rock, and we do not want to, just a minimum excavation to do between the well and any structure to bring our water pipe and the pump to the, just a storage tank to the garage. That's what we want to do.
So this is aesthetics where you want it.
Yes, that is true, but you just, I'm sure, well, we have to be 10 feet from any structure for Board of Health, and we want to be out of the 50-foot buffer zone. That's the reason we did that.
Right, and then the septic system. You're on septic there, right?
No, we have a sewer.
Oh, you're in sewer. Okay. And the sewer pump is over there. So
That's right, yeah, just,
you have to be more than 50 feet away from the sewer pump.
yeah.
Typically, you'd pick a spot that was fractured in this neighborhood. We're in Granite, and those are your water bearing zones. Drilling
Well,
in
if
the middle of
you-
that is probably not your best bet. This is my advice as a longtime driller.
I noticed you had like a silk sock all kind of just piled up in the corner over by those Chinese statues. I think they should be stretched out and in use when it's abutting Little Harbor Inlet. I think that would be a good idea to do that.
Okay, yeah, I will definitely go visit it and tell the excavator to do it.
Yeah, they're just piled there.
We always get the extra. If there's anything damaged, they should just replace it. We should have it all the time. I tell them he has to have an extra at the site. If there's anything damaged or something he sees, he has to go replace it. And that's where we put them. But if there's anything damaged, I would definitely tell him he has to replace it. I will go inspect it for him tomorrow.
There doesn't seem to be anything protecting it between the buffer zones, so I would imagine you'd want to unwrap that.
Okay, no problem.
Well, I would think we'd have one for this project as well, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Has the house changed shape?
The house, the only thing, we change it when we want to, keep the, porch. We couldn't keep the porch. Therefore, we actually, whether we change it is really within the, just the porch. And actually, some of the porches actually they reduce it rather than the 11 foot is going to be 6 foot. Yeah, some of them, just the minor changes.
Okay.
Nothing's minor.
What's
What's the matter, Eric? It's past your bedtime?
No, not yet.
No, I'm talking to Eric.
I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to seeing his well in operation.
So when you put in the well, are you going to be taking out any of these? Let's see. I thought you had some holly trees nearby where I thought.
No, we are not touching anything. No trees will be cut. No.
It's in the middle of the lawn.
No.
Even with the truck coming in doing the drilling, won't it need to be stabilized?
Yeah, we just we are. It's pretty solid there. I don't think we have to do anything there. Usually backing up to that area.
Right from the road, correct?
Yeah, right from in here, this area. Yes, from the just the garage side, between the house and the garage, back up there and go drill.
Oh, coming in from that right
Yeah,
away.
there, yeah.
Alrighty.
Anyone have any other questions?
Nope.
No, just for as far as moving it forward, Jeff, is this a -2 determination?
Well, I was just going to ask Tom, since he seems to know a lot about the drilling, if he would recommend, or what conditions, if any, he would recommend. If there were conditions, it would be a -3. If no additional conditions other than, what we normally issue, would just be -2.
No, it seemed like he had conditions. We had a spill kit, a cutting plan, either a chemical plan or a denying of use of any chemicals, and then a silt sock. So there's.
Yeah, I don't think it's practical to deny the use of any drilling additives. That's
Okay.
The drillers probably wouldn't make much progress without it.
Okay.
It just, I mean, Mary Ann brought up the idea of a spill kit, and absolutely, you always have a spill kit around any drill rig.
Yeah.
And in terms of disposal of cuttings, that's probably not a big concern here because we're not drilling into anything really ugly here. In fact, I'm looking at the photograph now, and I predict that Mr. Terranian is going to hit water a lot shallower than he thinks. There's a very nice diabase dike that cuts right past his garage here by the looks of it. So he actually picked the probably the most the best spot on his whole property to drill this well.
Tom, there's what's it, a crack or a fissure?
It's you've all seen them around town. We have all this solid granite, and then there are these fractures that have been filled with diabase, which is a green rock. We'll just call it a green rock. You've all seen it around the coast.
Yep.
And those are great compartments for water. They're fractured, and typically, if you can drill into one of these, you're going to hit water pretty soon, and it's going to make water. The advice I'd give you, Mr. Turanian, is watch that driller, because these guys will use every drill rod they have because you're paying by the foot. And most people don't realize when they've actually gone through a water zone. Most clients don't. The driller will know, but you won't. So he'll use as many drill rods as he can find, as he can.
Well, thank you.
But anyway, in terms of conditions, spill kit, have a plan for disposing of the cuttings. And when they develop the well, I think this is really in our jurisdiction. They're going to be pulling out a lot of water, and if they just spill it on the lawn, it could be contaminated with any of the drilling fluids they use. So usually some sort of recirculation thing that they might use would be preferable.
Recirculation, Tom? Meaning?
Well, they're gonna run water down, or air down the hole. Once they hit a water bearing zone, they want to flush out all the rest of the cuttings. So when they put the pump down there, it doesn't fill up full of sand or cuttings or anything like that. It's really hard on the pump. So they need to clean out the well. It's called developing the well. And it also cleans out any of the mud or whatever, drilling mud or the additives that they've used out of the fractures. So they start producing clean water instead of contaminated water. So it depends on how much debris there's still in the well, and how much water they have to pump down there, or air, to lift that stuff out of there to get the well clean. It's just like when you run your table saw, you've got a lot of sawdust left over. The same with the well. When you drill into that rock, you're going to end up with a lot of chips and cuttings and stuff. And so they have to blow all that stuff out of the well. And they can make a lot of water. So they need to have a plan for what they're going to do with that water.
And what kind of plan would that be?
Well, they might have a portable tank that they pump it into, it settles in the tank, and then they pump the water back down the hole. Just keep using the same water.
In advance, Tom? Do we need to see that plan, or is that?
I'm sorry, Marianne, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, do we need to see that plan in advance, or is that just something they should have on site?
I would imagine that the town probably has provisions for this. I haven't looked to see what the health department requires, but if they don't require any of these stuff, yes, we should look at the plan. We should look at their drilling plan.
Okay.
But if it's covered by the state, or the health department actually has some guidelines that the state's given them, then I don't think we need to worry about it. But I don't know. I've been thinking about drilling a well here in my own property, and so I'm curious about this. What's actually required in the state to do this?
Actually, Board of Health, they do have it. And that's why they get the license. They have to have a license.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. You have to.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a state program that requires all the water drillers to be certified and licensed. So I think they probably do have, the plans and stuff that you're talking about.
Yeah. So if that's the case, I don't think we need to put so many conditions on this, really. Other than, I'm sure even a spill kit's going to be required. I mean,
I think you should require the spill kit, but
yeah,
they do have it. They have to have it.
Yeah, every well driller has an EPA manual of water construction practices.
Yes.
I did too much research.
Well done, Marianne.
Yes.
I would also recommend a condition, just no cutting in that buffer zone. If he says he's not going to, let's just make sure that doesn't continue, or doesn't, if there's none to be done.
What kind of cutting?
Not cutting, yeah.
Just tree cutting, if there's,
No, we are not, it's already, okay. You
There
can
we
put it
go.
in, we are not gonna cut in any trees.
I know, but
It's not in the plan. I think what we have here is just a simple well. I don't think that there's, any cutting beyond that. It doesn't appear.
It's in the middle of his lawn.
Yeah, we're dealing with a well in the middle of the lawn. Yeah.
Right, there's some holly trees by there. I
No,
don't-
there is no holly tree. Oh yeah, there is there, we are not touching it. They're not gonna touch any holly tree.
Dead.
All right.
You can put a provision, no touching holly tree. No tree we're gonna touch.
All
Well,
right.
it looks like there were
So
trees.
do we need
there.
do we need a motion for this, or
Yeah, well, we need a motion. The question is whether or not you want to move forward with the -2 with the conditions, or you assume that they're going to be adhered to, or you just want to issue a -2?
no, let's just do it with the conditions. It's easier.
Okay, so J. Pimpri would like to move this project forward. The project at, what's the
191 Atlantic.
191 Atlantic Ave with issue a -3 determination with the following conditions: that one, there would be a spill kit on site, as well as a plan for the disposing of the cuttings.
Do I hear a second?
And Jay, not a plan for the fluids.
I think that, as we had talked about, that it's assumed that it's going to be adhered to through the Board of Health and the state planning, et cetera.
Let me add that confirming no tree cuttings. I mean, I know it says that, but.
And confirming that the third condition, that there be no tree cutting on the property.
And that there's a silt sock.
Silt sock, yeah. Thank you.
And the fourth condition being that a silt sock will be installed down gradient of the well digging.
12 inch.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Having heard a motion and a second, we'll do this by roll call voice. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Jay Pampari,
J. Pimpari, aye.
Marion Weatherall,
Yes.
Eric Eisenhower,
Aye.
Chris McFarland says aye. That passes 6-0-0.
Great.
Okay, one last thing. I have to read into the record the
Good luck, Mr. Terranian.
Thank you.
One last thing, I have to read into record the notice of public hearing for 15 Diab Lane, and then it'll be continued. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaws and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaws, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, January 21st, 2021, starting at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform from applicant Matthew Shannon for RDA 21-02 to perform landscape improvements within the 100-foot buffer zone to the bordering vegetated wetland for property at 15 Diab Lane. This hearing is being continued until
February 4th.
February the 4th.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment before we officially continue this. I know we've had some discussions throughout the day. Just for the record, the reason that this is being continued and we're not having a discussion is that the applicant, Mr. Matt Shannon, owes the town some back real estate taxes for the properties at Diab Lane for fiscal year 19 or in fiscal year 20. Fiscal year 21 for that matter. I would like to say that it's in the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction and rulings in accordance with section 12-8 of the bylaws that we can deny a permit in the event that the applicant owes back taxes to the town. So I know that we're going to continue this for 2 weeks. I don't know at what point that we will, if we will collect the taxes, then that's great. We'll entertain the hearing, or this is going to be something that's going to be continued and continued. But just for the record, so I don't have to say this again in 2 weeks, if it's continued and the taxes aren't paid, the commission should entertain the application and vote on this application in 2 weeks based on the current status.
Okay.
All right, agent update. I know, Jeff, you already told me you didn't have anything. Conservation chair update. Eric, got anything? Okay, documents requiring signature, Jeff?
I don't have any today.
Okay, 48-hour issues. Anyone?
Well, I just want to make this is like a 48-minute comment here, not a 48-hour. With respect to the harbor project, not to talk about the details of the project, but as far as logistics goes, if there truly is a planning board meeting next Wednesday, so that we don't violate any open meeting laws here, we have to be very careful of that. I would recommend that perhaps on behalf of the commission, the chair put together some written comments that can be read into the record at the planning board meeting that addresses all of our comments that we talked about tonight, as opposed to, just talking. We shouldn't be talking amongst ourselves about what we want and don't want, etc. We all know, I think, what the comments, and I'm happy to provide you with a couple of comments, Eric, with some bullets. And if I probably recommend if anyone else wants to provide a couple of comments to Eric, but we have just one voice here coming from our chair. And then those comments be formal comments to the planning board in anticipation of that meeting next Wednesday night.
That's fine. So if anybody has any comments, please forward me to them as soon as possible. Certainly by the end of the weekend. All right.
All right.
And then Chris and Jay, I'll be in discussion with you probably Monday of next week. And we'll put something together, get your, smooth the whole thing over and put it together. All right.
Okay. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Hey, well, just a quick question. Sorry, not to belabor this anymore, but we continue the harbor, and we have, from what I understand, we have Dolan Lane and we have Howe Road, and two of those would expect to be lengthy discussions. Jeff and Angela, do we have anything in addition to that? What is this agenda looking like in 2 weeks? Is it going to be another repeat of tonight?
Probably, yeah. I can't remember everything that was on it, but there's already like six items.
All right. Mr. Chair, you want to strategically put that agenda together?
Absolutely. Be in touch with you, Jeff.
Okay.
Now can we second your motion? Second the motion.
Second it is.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Have a good night, everyone.
Okay, thanks everybody. Have a good night.
Thanks,
good night.
everybody.
Good joke, Chris. Thank you.
Good night.